Okay, so we're going to start informally by introducing ourselves, and I'm going to save myself because Stuart is going to do the honors. And just kind of say who you are and what your organizational affiliation is or field interest, because that's going to be relevant to our discussion. So can I start with you, Lauren?
Sure. So I used to work at one of our local food banks, and I was the sole accountant along with our CFO. And I've since left there, and now I work at a tax resolution and accounting firm. And I have 23 clients. Some of them are nonprofit, some of them are for profit. So I handle the books, the financial statements, all of those things for those clients. And really, I wanted to take all of these classes because professionally, I'd like to eventually sit on some nonprofit boards, that sort of thing, and eventually jump back fully into nonprofit. For profit's nice, but it's just not my thing. I like service. It's my
Okay.
thing.
Well, we all understand and appreciate that. Lee, you want to say anything about yourself? Lee is a associate professor at Beijing Normal University, a good colleague of
Yes.
ours.
Very nice to be here, and I think it's a difficult time for the nonprofit organization in China and around the world. Yes, and especially at this moment, Beijing also have the COVID-19 again, and also we have some another time to have the COVID appearance. And so and also we have we can't we can't back to the time just like maybe just one month ago. So for the nonprofit organizations, maybe it's a little difficult for them because they have, especially for the site organizations, that the supply provide the services to the communities. I think it's a little difficult for them.
Right.
So I hope to learn from you and how they can improve the resilience of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm hoping that your tight control of moving people in and out some releases or relaxes in sometime in the near future, so we can actually visit one another again. We've been
Yes.
thinking about that. Gabriel, do you want to remind everyone your interest and your background?
Yeah, of course. My name is Gabriel, obviously. I was in public accounting for a couple of years. I worked a little bit with not-for-profits, but mostly for-profits. And once the pandemic came, I decided to finally make a switch. I had an opportunity with a not-for-profit, and so I hopped on board there. And I've been there for a little over a year now. I work just under the CFO at our company, so I handle all of our accounting and our books. And I'm just using these courses to kind of specialize and start to really make not-for-profit my niche going forward. So, since I only worked loosely with it when I was in public, so it's a good way to gain more experience, more knowledge, furthering my own career. So
terrific. Yeah, and I think everybody in the nonprofit sector welcomes more in-migration, so that's terrific.
Yeah.
I see Alexandra has joined us. Do you want to say a little bit about, I don't see your picture. Are you there, Alexandra?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Okay. Would you like to say who you are and what your organizational affiliations and interests are?
Sure. I'm Alexandra. I got a master's in nonprofit administration and leadership. I've been working in the private and public sector throughout my professional career, and I just received a position with Texas Association of School Boards. So that's a nonprofit that's driven by helping school boards disseminate materials and education throughout the school districts. So I guess my desire is just to learn more about the inner workings of all the facets of nonprofits so that eventually at some point that I can possibly start my own and go from there.
Very good. Okay, shall we move to your fellow Texan, Elizabeth?
Yes, always happy to hear about other Texans. So my name is Elizabeth Searing. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Texas at Dallas. And I have been working with, as I say, I've known Stuart for a while, and I've known Dennis for, gosh, almost coming up on 10 years now. And we've published together and continue to publish together. So it's a pleasure to be here. Because one of the great things about working with Dennis Young is that every day you actually learn something a little bit more. So I'm happy to still be here.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate it. Elizabeth and I go way back to my days at Georgia State, and very pleased that you could join us today. Let's see, Stuart, I guess, why don't you take it from here? Say a little bit about yourself and say a little bit about me, and we'll get started. And if other people join us, we'll accommodate that.
Well, thank you, Dennis. Like Elizabeth, I've known Dennis for a while. I don't want to put a number on it, but I was much younger when I met him. He taught me quite a bit, and he's one of the people that I look to for answers. And he usually has them, or at least he has an opinion, which is typically spot on. So right now I'm running the National Center for Nonprofit Enterprise. I've also a part-time consultant, and the content here is really important content because like you, each of you, I get asked questions, and there's always an explanation, and it's a long one. So I'd like to be able to ask the expert, and that's really why I'm here. Let me just introduce Dennis. Dennis has an extensive bio, but I'm going to do it really quick. Correct me if I get anything wrong, Dennis, please.
Let's do it.
Dennis R. Young is Professor Emeritus at the Georgia State University and Professor Emeritus at the Jack Joseph and Morton Mandel School of Applied Social Sciences at Case Western Reserve University. In 2016 to 17, he was executive in residence with the Maxine Goodman Levin College of Urban Affairs at Cleveland State University. Previous to that, he was professor of public management and policy in the Andrew Young School of Policy Studies, where he directed GSU's nonprofit studies program and held the Bernard B. and Eugenia A. Ramsey Chair in Private Enterprise. From 1988 to 96, he was director of the Mandel Center of Nonprofit Organizations and the Mandel Professor of Nonprofit Management at Case Western Reserve University. He was founding editor of the Journal of Nonprofit Management and Leadership and the founding editor of Nonprofit Policy Forum. Also the past president of the Association for Research on Nonprofit Organizations and Voluntary Action. His books include a casebook of management for nonprofit organizations, Economics for Nonprofit Managers with Richard Steinberg, Corporate Philanthropy at the Crossroads with Dwight Burlingame, Effective Economic Decision-Making for Nonprofit Organizations, Wise Decision-Making in Uncertain Times, Financing Nonprofits, Putting Theory into Practice, Handbook of Research on Nonprofit Economics and Management with Bruce Seaman. Are you blushing yet, Dennis? Civil
No, but that's a
Society.
long list. You might want to cut it short.
I'm almost done, and I do know that your CV is probably like 150 to 300 pages, depending upon which version you see. But I guess the point is, Dennis is an experienced scholar, careful thinker, and welcome, Dennis, and thank you for doing this. This is wonderful.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, Stuart, for the generous introduction. Let me just sort of lay out how I want to proceed. Probably, I think I've got, 4 different segments of discussion. We've got a break where you will consider a case study. I think Stuart has provided the case study to you, but if not, we'll make sure you get it on Cooper Union. And then we have a really exciting panel later in the afternoon with the leadership of Apollo's Fire, a very special early music group, and the director of Our Lady of the Wayside, which is a really interesting social service organization for developmentally challenged people. So what I'd like to do in the next hour before we take our first break is just to lay out some information and ideas for you, and hopefully allow some discussion around that. I think it's a little bit easier if I just talk for a while. I'll put my slides up, make sure we have enough time to discuss, and if you have questions, save them, put them in the chat, or if it's something that's really relevant or urgent, just break right in, just kind of raise your hand. I may have too much material, but I won't try to rush it. I want to see us have a good discussion. So let me start by trying to do the technical part of sharing my screen, which is here. And now I want to, I guess I want to put this on slideshow from the beginning. How do I get rid of this stuff up here so I can make this go on to slideshow? This just seems like there's a lot of stuff in the way of doing that.
It'll all disappear once you click on. So go over to from the beginning.
Yeah, from current slide.
Oh, it could be, you're on the first one, so it could be that one.
Okay,
Yeah.
there you go. Okay, I was
There you go.
looking for a different tab. So everybody see my screen?
Yes.
We okay? All righty. So here's the name. This is what we're talking about today. As you know, we have 10 modules, and this is the 5th one. And resilience is a robust, multi-dimensional subject, and various strands to it. And today we'll be talking about the role of the various sources of income that nonprofits have in terms of the relationship to building resilience for nonprofit organizations, and to allow them to navigate and prepare for crises. So here's our learning agenda, and I'm going to hide my thumbnail so I can see the whole thing. Can you all see that? Okay, so this first segment, I want to talk about, what are where does nonprofit organization income derive from? We all have an idea about that, but let's get a little bit more precise. I use the term income portfolios because nonprofits typically have a variety of types of sources of income. And then maybe talk a little bit about what we know about how these different sources are actually affected or impacted by crises and catastrophic events. We don't know a lot about that, but we're learning more. And then we'll get to the income strategies, and I want to talk about 3 broad categories: the idea of diversification, the idea of investing in income strategies that with sources of income that aren't as sensitive to interruptions in the organization's services, so that the organization can have a little bit of a buffering between being hit by a shock and losing all its income, we need to look at different types of ways to structure income to do that decoupling. And then I want to talk about filling out the income portfolio of an organization in a way that achieves its full potential and therefore gives it, more resources to deal with crises and difficult situations. And I'm going to present something very briefly that I've been working on for a long time, the idea of benefits theory and how that can guide us in terms of which sources of income to develop for any given nonprofit organization. That's connected with the idea of organizational growth, because if you're not, exploiting all your potential sources of income, you're not as robust an organization as you could be. And I'm going to make the argument that growth is important because, and I'll put some nuance on this, but larger organizations tend to be more resilient. And so by growing, that's one strategy toward resilience. Anyway, that's what I'm going to talk about. So let's get to the first part, and I'll try to watch the time and try to keep track of whatever inquiries you want to interject here. I'm not sure I can look at everything at once too easily. But first, I want to make the distinction between income and revenue. Unfortunately, revenue measured in dollars is what we usually measure and what we easily can measure, but it's important to recognize that nonprofits have various sources of non-monetary income. Certainly, volunteering is a tremendous resource. Estimates, show that the value of volunteering in the nonprofit sector is commensurate in dimension and size to the value of its paid labor. So the fact that support is coming in through volunteering is an extremely important part of nonprofit income, although we often don't have a very good handle on it. And then gifts in kind as well. I mean, that many nonprofit organizations take in, material goods and services, or material goods largely, such as food banks and the like. And that's also a very important thing. But mostly we wind up talking about the money. And even the money is very diverse in the nonprofit sector. And it's one of the things that differentiates nonprofits from businesses and even government agencies, is that they have distinctly different sources of income. They sell things and get earned income. They receive charitable contributions. They get government contracts and grants. They have endowments and other kinds of funds that generate returns that they use as income. So the diversity is very important. And I'm going to make the argument that trying to figure out what that diverse mix should be is really driven. You need to start with the mission of the organization, figure out what it is doing, and go from there. And that's what benefits theory is all about. So now that I've put that into context, the data that we have is somewhat restricted. We tend to measure what we can from organizations that file their tax returns or their tax forms, the 990s. And so we're not really getting at the whole sector, and we're not getting at that non-monetary income part very well, but still, these numbers are important. So we look at the overall money, and it's also hard to get really current data on this stuff. I think National Council of Nonprofits has done a pretty good job providing the most recent stuff. But it may surprise you to see, some of you, it won't surprise you, that almost fully half of the money that comes into the formal nonprofit sector is fees, just like, business kind of transactions, fees for service and so forth. That doesn't even include government contracts, but so government itself is a source of a third of the revenue for nonprofits, and contributions from individuals, foundations, corporations, and that's really mostly individuals, like 85% or so, only constitutes about 14% of the money. And the investments from things like endowments and other sorts of business investments is only 5%. Now, we really have to look at this a little bit more carefully, because we can't, the thing is that the nonprofit sector itself is so diverse. So we really can't paint all nonprofits with the same brush, and we need to look a little bit further into detail. In fact, the income distribution among those sources varies widely by field of service. You know, it's different for arts than it is social services or education or any other field. And it varies within fields, because those broad fields have a lot of different kinds of organizations. We don't have a real good handle on that. And it seriously varies by size as well, because most nonprofits are relatively small. They're under $1 million a year, or even large majority under $500,000. So it's important to differentiate by size, because when we do, we see that the different distribution among income sources is quite different. So here's a chart that gives you a rough idea of that. If you look at all those nonprofits, it's like the numbers I gave you before, about half from fees and private fees, and then spread out over the other sources. But if you take hospitals and institutions of higher education, universities, out of the picture, it really changes quite a bit. And you see a much more even distribution between fees, private contributions, and government sources, particularly between fees and government. So it's important to realize. Another view of that is a little bit of an older chart, but it still, pretty much reflects current reality. The smaller organizations, the ones that are here classified as having a budget of under $100,000, they are much more largely reliant on private contributions, and fee-for-services is a much smaller segment. Whereas if you look at the larger ones, and there's where you're going to find your really large universities and hospitals and the like, then fee-for-service is really dominant. So just bearing in mind that that distinction is important, and mostly, we'll be talking about more of the smaller public charities that have a much broader range of and much more balance in their income portfolios between earned income and certainly between earned income and contributed income, as well as the government contribution. Here's another chart that sort of indicates similar. This just breaks it down by fields of service, and we can see the numbers that are in bold are the larger source within the field, and we can see that varies quite a bit. Health, it's earned income, and human services is pretty balanced between contributions and fees and government. Education is again very reliant on tuitions, earned income, and arts and culture is kind of a balance between box office revenues and contributions, charitable contributions. So just to just take the one takeaway is that the sector is very, very diverse, and so is its financing. And when you've seen one nonprofit's mix of income, you've seen one nonprofit's mix of income, and you can't really pigeonhole it. You have to look much more closely at the mission. Well, this might be, if there are any questions, this might be kind of a natural place to take them before I switch topics on you. So if I can switch my view here so I can see who I'm talking to, I'd be happy to take questions. I'm trying to figure out how to get to the pictures. Yeah. I don't know.
I think you might press escape. That could help.
Escape will just get him out of the presentation.
Yeah, I want to stay in the presentation and just,
All right, then
Just
in the upper
see.
left-hand corner, you'll see something that says, or right-hand corner, you'll see says view. Then you can pick.
yeah, well, that's the thing is with the thing going here, I may have to stop the,
If you want to stop sharing, we can actually see all of us. So as long as you don't mind seeing us, we can see each other.
you can see each other. Okay, I'm gonna stop share and then I'm going to go back to sharing. That's all. I think that's probably the,
That's a good workaround.
yeah, that's the easiest thing. So let's, if there are any, questions that, or observations you want to take at this point in terms of what I presented so far, let's just take a little bit of a break and then I'll move on. So, anyone? I would
Yeah.
always have something, I know.
Well-
But,
Well, I'm in the trenches and, I'm struck by your comment, which I've observed, and that's one organization's financing is one organization's financing.
yeah,
So,
it's a
little
little
worried.
bit of an exaggeration because arts organizations are fairly similar to one another and so forth, but there's no formula. There's no one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm worried about that. So I worry about that because each, how do you get to yes? How do you
Okay.
know? I mean, how do
Well-
you know that you succeeded is really the question.
Oh, well, I mean, in the end, we do look at things like, are you solvent? And then you need other kinds of measures to see if you're actually accomplishing your mission. But in terms of going further than that and knowing the answer of do you have the right balance of revenues, that's what I'm going to talk about with respect to benefits theory. So that's coming. Are you guys okay? Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I haven't said anything that's terribly offensive or surprising. So
I actually, Stuart, there must have been something about that one portfolio is one portfolio, because that also that was like a lightning strike right to me. I'm like, wait a minute, what about all this generalizability stuff I keep worrying about every day? Like, man, I'm barking up the wrong tree here. So in case you ever need to, create heart palpitations for an academic for any reason, use
Right.
that line, because that
Yeah.
apparently just sent shivers down myself and Stuart. We're like existential kinds of questions here.
Sure. But I mean, academics can deal with this. We have models that show you the trends and the patterns, and that's reasonable. But when it comes to any individual organization, there are a lot of parameters going on, and the most important one is and I'll talk about it, is what exactly is your mission, and then we have to translate that into what the best portfolio of support is for that mission. And so that's
Well, and
going
I
to
think
be, and nonprofits are definitely going to cluster around certain variables. There's no question about that, but you can't make it the same for everyone.
Well, and I think that's actually, I mean, in all seriousness, one of the reasons why the academics and practitioner researchers sometimes don't need a minute in order to get on the same page is because so much of academic research, I think, especially in finance, is all about statistical significance and having as many organizations as possible in your sample.
Right.
Whereas, when you are actually trying to solve a particular particular organization's problem, if you're consulting, then it is all about making sure that you are finding the ideal fit for that organization. And so we are instinctively pulled in opposite directions. And I think
Yeah,
that the real
yeah.
balance and why we should all be attending each other's events and seminars is because there's quite a bit to be learned from the other perspective.
Yeah,
So,
no, I agree. And you're right. You do shock. I mean, I've shocked a lot of practitioners in my time by saying, I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer your question. No, it's not a third, a third, a third. I don't know. I have to look at your organization and we have to figure that out. All right, let me go on a bit because I think I've got other things to stir you up as well. You know, so, all right, so now I'm okay. Here we go. I'm trying to share my screen again. Here we go. Good. So, you know, since series is all about resilience, we want to talk about how nonprofits respond to crises, and in particular, how is their income affected? And I want to make 3 points here. One, not only is there a great diversity of nonprofits, there's a great diversity of trouble, crises, exactly what can go wrong or how situations can change. And the nature of the crisis is going to affect, you know, the income streams in different ways, the different sources of income. It also, how a nonprofit can respond and should respond really depends on its mission and its current income portfolio. And so we want to look at that. And then I want to look, you know, specifically about, since it's just upon us, you know, what do we actually know about how nonprofits have been impacted by the pandemic, and what did they do? But mostly what do they know, and what do we know in terms of how the income sources have been affected? So let's see, here we go. So this is just kind of broadly to sketch that out. In the pandemic, we know that earned income was really severely affected because many organizations just had to shut down. It means they couldn't collect fees for services. On the other hand, their investment income was sustained by a strong stock market. Philanthropy's response, you know, has been mixed, but it's been, you know, fairly helpful and steady. So that hasn't been a big loss, but there've been exceptions. And government assistance has been extremely important. You know, we've had special government programs to come in and help businesses and nonprofits. So that source was not one that, you know, took a huge hit. The recession in 2008, 2009 was different. The stock market crashed. You know, contributions are dependent on how a lot of people feel about their wealth, and you know, when their personal portfolios go down, contributions goes down, and certainly investment income goes down as endowments and other funds of nonprofits are hit. So in that crisis, it was more of a contributions impact, and people are actually running around talking about, boy, we should have more earned income projects because they're what's going to save us in the long run. You know, and the discussion was all about earned income. And then along came the pandemic, and so the discussion's changed a little bit recently. You know, just, I mean, there's a lot of experiences we could talk about. There have been, you know, obviously natural disasters and the like in this period. 9/11 was important for some nonprofits that had to, you know, that were directly impacted and lost earned income. Contributions increased in general, and they were directed to nonprofits that were addressing emergency needs, and even government support for nonprofits shifted more toward you know, those organizations that were related to government's new priorities in terms of fighting terrorism. You know, we've also had a bunch of crises that have been associated with individual breakdowns of important organizations in this sector, scandals at United Way and Boy Scouts and you know, Covenant House and Oxfam, and those tend to be more, you know, we see more of an impact with donors withdrawing their support. So, I mean, the point is that different crises can target different income sources, and you might have your own ideas or your own experiences in this. So now let me just discuss it a little bit more. So what happened in the income to income in the pandemic? Let's look a little, specifically at the pandemic. Look a little more closely at that, because we've had some, some recent data on that. Fees for service was a big, took the hit, declined by 30% in 2020 for the median nonprofit. Was, as far as we know, and there were shifts in giving toward, toward organizations that were directly related to the foundation. The foundation giving increased a little bit by 1%. A lot of this was directed towards small and mid-sized health and human service organizations. Arts and culture organizations actually lost philanthropic support. And remember, I mentioned before, we really should be talking about income and not just money. Number of volunteers were, substantially affected by the pandemic. People had to stay home. They didn't want to go out and volunteer, I guess. Total volunteers decreased by, a third to a quarter for people who regularly volunteer, and for episodic volunteering, that was hit even more strongly. So, we see a very differential effect of the pandemic on the different sources of income. Some more detail on this. This is showing that nonprofits in rural areas took a particular hit in terms of staffing and volunteering. That's the black bars here compared to suburban nonprofits and urban nonprofits in urban areas and suburban areas. So, if you're a rural arts organization, you got hit pretty hard, I think, in this pandemic. The smaller organizations were hit pretty hard. It's just hard to say how precise these kinds of numbers are, and this is just for the median organization. So, we're just trying to get a handle on this kind of data, but we can see that the smaller organizations were hit very hard by losses in fee for services, fee income, and certainly under $1 million was made an organization very vulnerable to declines in fee for service income. If you're $10 million and above, it looked like you were pretty good. Arts organizations particularly hard hit by losses of fee for service revenue, much more than education or human services or others. Not surprisingly, healthcare, not too much, because healthcare organizations were kind of overwhelmed with business, while at the same time, arts organizations had to pretty much close their doors, and education, similarly had to restrict its programming. And so when you put this all together, so those were, mostly focused on, I showed you volunteering, I showed you earned income. Here's a different survey by the Center for Effective Philanthropy, talking about what people say are happening to their overall revenue when you put it all together between 2020 and 2019. 57% said their revenue decreased, which is interesting to juxtapose against the second bar, which says, but their demand for services increased. So trying to do more with less, and their costs, that looks like it didn't change very much. Some went up, some went down. But that gives you another view of what's going on. But again, by program area, the overall revenue picture looks very different. Again, arts and culture, more than 3/4 said they experienced a decrease in revenue. And at the same time, a decrease in demand, but not quite as much. So they try to make up for it. Whereas in the area of community and economic development, not as many reported decreases in revenue. But again, if you juxtapose that against increases in demand, here's another set of organizations that's under quite a bit of stress to do more with less. So that's a quick, sort of snapshot of what happened in the pandemic. Certain areas like small organizations, rural organizations, arts organizations were hit very hard, mostly by losses of earned income, fee-for-service income, and that was how the pandemic has really kind of affected the income support of nonprofits. Again, I could take a quick moment here for if there are any questions about what I've talked about. So in this segment, I'd be glad to hear you. I'm going to keep my my slideshow on the screen, but I can change that if we need to look at each other. Anybody want to? I don't know that we have anybody from the arts here, but I expect if we did, and we will, for our panel, there'd be some nodding heads up and down, not side to side. Okay. Okay. So nobody is interjecting here. Let me go on and say, so this is relevant. So how did nonprofits really cope? How have they coped with the pandemic? Well, they did a whole bunch of things. They applied for a PPP loan. That is, government coming to the rescue for a lot of people. Very much focused on reducing costs, drawing on reserves. Notice some of these go in the other direction because there are nonprofits like food banks that are trying to respond to this crisis and move in to help. So, not all nonprofits have necessarily been hit by a reduction of resources, but some have been having to cope with an increase in demand by spending more. Nonprofits borrowed, they reduced health and staff benefits, they did all kinds of things. The one thing that unifies all of this in my mind and relates today to our topic today is these are all short-term responses. This is what you can do right away when you're slammed with a shock. You can look for help. You can reduce your costs, you can use your reserves, you can borrow, you can try to impose shared burdens on your staff and other constituents perhaps. But that's what you have to use what you have at the time to deal with a shock. Now, the thing about income is it's not that easy to just turn on a dime. And so when we talk about income resilience, we're really going to talk about long-term resilience, preparing for the crisis so that when you get to this point, you're in better shape. This is just another chart saying the same thing, a different survey. Change your programs, reduce your services, reduce your costs, draw from reserves, reduce staff hours and benefits, lay people off, all short term. What can I do right away? So here's what I'm saying. Nonprofits react to crises with short-term emergency actions to navigate the crisis. And so the larger question that I want to address is how can they prepare in the long term to be more resilient to crises in the future? Unfortunately, as we've seen, different kinds of situations impact income in different ways. And unfortunately, that's not predictable. Anybody here predict 9/11? Anybody here anticipate the financial meltdown in 2008, 2009? Anybody here see the pandemic coming? I mean, these are the kinds of things that we've been talking about. You know, we know others. I think in her module, Elizabeth, you talked about Hull House. Nobody saw that coming. All of a sudden, one day it was closed. Scandals are the same thing. They break. All of a sudden, we find out that Bill Aramoni was doing terrible things at United Way. They come all of a sudden, and they weren't predictable. And that's the nature of trying to prepare an income strategy for resilience. So resilience strategies, they really have to be robust. They have to be capable of protecting against shocks from all possible and possibly unanticipated directions. And, so it's not possible to go back and say, okay, well, we had this experience in the pandemic, so we better not be as reliant on earned income anymore. No, the next crisis is going to be, one thing I can say for sure, the next big crisis is going to be different. And that doesn't help us very much. But I think that we have to bear that in mind as we think about income strategy as one important part of the arsenal for making nonprofit organizations resilient in the long term. Let's see, I'm just looking at the time. This would be, let me stop here and let's have some discussion about what we've talked about, because after this I want to go on and talk about the various strategies on the income side that we can use, or we can think about to make a nonprofit organization more resilient in the sense of preparing for the next difficult situation. So I think I am going to stop sharing my screen for a moment, and I'm just kind of watching the time. I think we're in pretty good shape, and just see what your reactions are, and what anything that you guys want to talk about before we move on with the topic. Have I managed to surprise or outrage you on anything like in the first segment?
I think we have a question from Alexandra in the chat. Alexandra, do you just want to ask?
There's a little background noise going on. Sorry about that here, but I was just asking about the notion of pandemics being likely on the rise and here to stay. Bill Gates famously predicted this years and years ago, that this is going to be the new trend in world order, potentially. So how are nonprofits going to be able to adjust with low volunteerism, lower charitable donations, and all of those dependencies going forward, if that is the new landscape of the world?
Right. Well, I mean, it certainly, makes sense to include in your planning, strategic planning, a lot of what ifs. And the notion of what if another pandemic is certainly relevant to future planning. And I think it's a much broader question, because what really got me into this topic, I was amazingly appreciative of just watching what nonprofits were doing real time to adapt to this situation. They were very innovative, creative, and I think it was really kind of a question of building the bicycle as they rode it. And we need to take advantage of all that experience and look back hopefully soon on this one and figure out, what worked and what didn't work and what you want to build into your future plans. Now, as far as earned income concerned, or as far as income is concerned, um, I think we've learned the lesson that just building, a side business or a profit generating social enterprise of some sort, or leaning more on fee for service as a way of building the capacity of a nonprofit organization carries more risks than we appreciated earlier. When we run into a pandemic type of situation, it's hard to stay open. It's hard to continue doing business as usual. And so these other sources of income become very important. But in looking forward, pandemics aren't the only possible crisis situations we're going to run into. So earned income may be very important for the next one. So we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. Yeah, we may indeed have another pandemic related crisis, but it's not necessarily the next one or the only one. And we should certainly be in a better position to deal with it the next time, but we don't want to be too literal in saying that's the one we have to prepare for and forget about every other possibility. Does that help?
I think that helps looking at how the trends were for how nonprofits adjusted the way they needed to during this pandemic, so that it can guide any future pandemics or issues that way. So
I would, yeah, I mean, it's like reading horror stories, but I mean, there've been a lot of new books that have not only, I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, I mean, my fingertips. If I went back to my bookshelf, I could probably find them. But a lot of people have been writing about the experiences in the pandemic, but also writing about, what else could happen and what are all the catastrophes that are possible. And maybe we need to become, and I think it's kind of one of the tenets of this whole module program, maybe we need to become aware that we're not really in a stable environment, that maybe there are periods of stability, but we have to be prepared for dynamic interruptions and shocks of various kinds. And income strategy is just one element of what we have to do. But if you want to read up on this and you sort of become the person at your next cocktail party that tells the potential horror stories of what's going to happen to all of us, I'd be glad to give you some references.
Well, I think also that one thing that COVID and some of the other things have taught us is kind of it's caused the notion of revenue diversification to kind of come back in.
Yeah.
I think that comparing the different crises, just like each organization is different, each crisis is going to be different.
Yep.
So one of the ways that I think this crisis was notable is that, we've all been told to go for earned revenues and fees because that's how we got sustainable. And so we all needed to be social enterprises and stuff. And this actually hit fees.
Yeah.
In many sectors harder than it hit donations, because you couldn't show up and see the museum or see something like that. And so, the notion that there's a one particular revenue source that is going to always get you through, I think has been busted. And instead, the notion of trying to hedge your bets and have, if you've got the capacity, a couple different types of revenue source, if only for the risk management piece of it. I mean, we know that especially the small organization, it can be hard to maintain different revenue sources, but I think that the pandemic has shown us that earned revenues are not
One
the
seeing her-
are not the solution that we thought overall. So they're awesome, but even they can be impacted as well. And so we need to think more about diversification than maybe we were before.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and we're going to say a lot more about that. Okay, anybody else? I lost a little bit of what you said. My connection was in and out, but I think I got I think I got the gist of that. You know, and it's well, this is just on the academic side. I think we need a lot more research because people are actually starting to look at this carefully. And one of the, I could find the article, it's one of the recent ones in Voluntas, was pointing out that there are differences though in the stability of different income sources. And you know, there may be some lessons in that. It doesn't mean that you pile into one source, but for example, there was a finding that you got to be careful about. It was actually differentiation within the area of charitable contributions, and saying you got to be careful about big grants because they run out, and it's not and they're hard to renew, and so they can lead to a lot of instability. Whereas individual contributions tend to be a little bit more stable. You know, you're not dependent on one contributor, and you know, people can be sort of appealed to en masse for help in a difficult situation. Whereas you use a big foundation grant or that's not renewed, or a big government grant or contract, then you can be in really serious trouble, even though it's served you well over some period of time. So we need to learn a lot more about the stability of the individual sources. Gabe, you look like you had a question. No? Okay. Okay. All right. I'm not sure what's happening with Lauren, and she's coming in and out. Okay. So I'm going to continue for another 15 minutes until we have an official break, right, Stuart? I think that's where we are. So I'm going to share my screen again. So actually, I'm going to talk about three sort of general strategies, and Elizabeth has referred to one of them, which we're all kind of intuitively familiar with, is that, you know, diversify your income strategy, your income sources. That'll help, you know, insulate you against risks and shock. But I also want to talk about decoupling income from the interruption of activity. And there are various ways that nonprofits have done that, and I think they're worth looking at as parts of the strategy. And then, as I mentioned before, I want to talk about this idea of benefits theory, and if we really follow that out to fill out an organization's income portfolio to take advantage of all possible sources that make sense for their particular mission, then I think we're not only diversifying, we're probably growing, and growth itself may be an additional kind of strategy for building resilience of an organization. And rather than elaborate on all of these right now, I'll just kind of go into the first one. Okay. Oh, so that we were going to take a break here. Do we want to do it now? It's kind of early. So I think I'm going to go on. I think we had one scheduled for 11:15, but how are people feeling? Should we just go on a little bit? Anybody want to speak up?
Yeah, a little bit farther is good.
Okay. All right, so doing a yoga thing right now, that'd be fine, or stretching while you're listening. Thought it was a nice graphic. So diversification. What are the key ideas? Well, the sort of intuitive thing is don't put all your eggs in one income basket. That probably doesn't need much explanation. If one of your eggs breaks, like earned income, you've got others. And so having that diversification is important. But there may be trade-offs, so we need to talk about that. Now, this is based on an assumption. Okay, it's based on the notion, basically. I'm going to use, it's not, this word isn't on the screen, but it's based on the idea that we won't have a perfect storm. Okay, a perfect storm is when everything goes down at once. Okay, the idea of diversifying your income is that in any given situation or time, different income sources will react differently. Some may go up, some may go down, some may go down a lot, some may go down a little. But if you diversify, then you are protecting yourself against, a big serious shock. You're protecting against risk in that sense. So there's 2 points here. One is diversification isn't a perfect strategy. You could be well diversified and still be slammed in unusual circumstances where everything goes down at once. But the second question is how to diversify. And here's where the analogy to, investment, I think, breaks down a little bit. Under investments, you approach your investment, you're looking for a mix of stocks and bonds and other investments that are going to give you your desired return for the level of risk that you're willing to tolerate. And all it looks at for each investment that you might make are these characteristics. How risky is it and what is its potential return? I don't think that you can look at nonprofit income exactly that way. Nonprofits in different circumstances, don't really have the same capacity to secure these different income sources. They don't necessarily match what they're doing. They may not have a constituency that that is willing to give them charitable funds. They may not have anything to sell, so that fee income doesn't really work for them. They may not be doing things that are of interest to government. So you can't look at it just in that generic way and say, what's the risk and return of these different income sources? We need to find a better way, one that's more appropriate to the nonprofit sector and to the circumstances of different nonprofit organizations in order to diversify. And I'm using the term, how can nonprofits diversify sort of naturally in ways that kind of fit their mission? What makes sense for them individually in terms of their missions, in terms of looking at a more broad representation of different income sources. Okay, and that's really the idea behind benefits theory. So there are some other ideas here too. There might be some analogy here between diversifying your revenue sources and growing, as there is in the investment field. So if you're
We lost you there for a minute, Dennis.
if you're old like me, You hear me?
We just missed about 15 seconds. You took a breath and then you were going to talk about one of the bullets. I think it was towards the end of the slide.
I'm
can
up
see
to the
you.
diversification bullet.
There you go.
Did you hear the one about that? The third one, the fourth one?
Okay.
I'm up to the fifth one.
The fourth one clearly was muddled. Could you do that one again?
Yeah, okay. So let's go to the fourth one. I'm saying that rather than approach this simply like an investor in financial circumstances would approach diversification. Nonprofits have to think about how to diversify in their own kind of natural ways that reflect their mission. That, certain kinds of options for a given nonprofit just won't make sense or won't be available. They may not have anything to sell with their particular mission. They may not have a natural constituency for, seeking contributions. We have to approach, so diversification for nonprofits makes sense, but we have to ask, how can we diversify in a way that conforms to the particular orientations and missions that any given nonprofit has? So we have to approach diversification differently than an investor would approach diversification of investments. Okay. So now I'm down to the fifth bullet, which says, in the investment world, there's a risk return kind of calculus that, and here's what you probably missed, and maybe you should have. I said, if you're old like me, you tend to want a safer portfolio. You're willing to sacrifice some growth in order to achieve more safety in your portfolio. So, you need to think about perhaps a trade-off between growing and staying safe in a financial sense. And that translates somewhat to the nonprofit arena. There's been some research, although, we've kind of, it goes back and forth. This is a question that nonprofit researchers have been looking at for a while. And some scholars argue that you'd be better off just developing a really close relationship with a large government, with a government agency for a large government contract, and stick with that. And that'll be your path to the future. Your revenues will be robust and reliable. But I think we've learned that that's not necessarily the case. And if you lose that large government contract, you're in big trouble. And government funding hasn't been as reliable as it was when that researcher wrote that. But we still need to think about whether there's going to be a trade-off between diversifying and growing. That's still a relevant question. And then there's the question of whether we should focus on particular sources of income rather than general diversification in order to achieve resilience. This is kind of the flip side of the previous bullet. It's saying, well, if we're really worried about resilience, then let's just go after the most stable source of income. First of all, it may not be available to you. Secondly, there may not be one. You may not be in a position to just, come up with a contributions program that has so many different donors that it'll be okay. So I think there's really mixed evidence as to whether any one particular income source is more stable than another. The next to the last bullet is something that I mentioned before. This is a really, just as income strategy in general is a long-run resilience strategy. Diversification in particular is a long-run thing. You can't just diversify on a dime. Okay, all of a sudden you're in a crisis. Oh, we need another source of income. It's not that easy for a couple of reasons. It mostly any given new income source is going to take a while to cultivate, and you can't do that overnight. Secondly, it could be a big learning experience. If you're a small, medium-sized agency that's mainly dependent on charitable contributions, all of a sudden you decide you need some earned income. Well, that means you have to build a business. That means you have to learn how to run a business. That means you have to learn how to collect business revenues and account for them. We have some accountants in the class in a way that is very different than contributions. That's okay in the long run. You can do that. You can manage to do that. That's a good way maybe to prepare for the next crisis, but not for this one. So diversification is a long run resilient strategy, and it's important. Just as I think mostly income resilient strategies are looking at the long run preparation issue rather than here's how you get through the current crisis. And so then the question of how to achieve diversification, basically the answer is going to be find out what is appropriate to your organization in terms of mission and develop all of those sources. So those are going to be the key ideas. Let me go on here. Oops. Okay, so now I want to get into this notion of benefits theory. And I guess this might be a good place. Do we want to take an official break here? It's 11:15 and our schedule says we should let you go for a little while and then come back. That works for me because I'm making a little bit of a turn here, and once I get into this topic, I want to talk about it a little bit. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen here and ask you if you'd like 15 minutes to take care of your comforts. Is that good? We'll come back at 11:30.
That sounds good.
Okay, I don't know if we're all in the same time zone, but 11:30 Eastern time, and I've changed all my clocks, so we're now on standard time, and I think we're all in sync.
Great. I'm going to pause the recording, Dennis. If
Unless there are some really quick questions now for the previous part, or think about them, and when we come back, we can certainly do that. Okay, so you're going to stop the recording on these parts. Okay, well, I'm going to share my screen again. And we're going to talk specifically about using what I'm calling benefits theory to develop a diversification strategy, which is one of the major dimensions of income resilience. So this is going to be a very quick lesson in benefits theory, and if you want more, we can certainly provide you with reading for that. But what benefits theory is all about, it says that, as we've recognized, nonprofits provide well, it ultimately is building on the fact that nonprofits rely on different sources of income. But the way it goes about it is to recognize that what is behind that is the fact that they are providing a whole variety of different kinds of goods and services, mostly services. And they have, and we can categorize what they do in a number of different slots. And this is kind of using economist type of language, they produce public goods, they produce private goods, they produce group goods, they produce exchange goods, all of which I'll define. And these different types of goods or services that they produce are well matched to different types of financing, different sources of income. So let me start with that. Some nonprofits produce public goods that are more amenable to government and philanthropic support. So, you know, if a nonprofit is doing something that really kind of affects people, broad sections of society, all at the same time and in the same way, that's a public good. You know, if they're working to improve the quality of the air, if they're working to improve the general public safety, those are sorts of public goods. The general public health. I mean, let's think about the situation that we've been in terms of the pandemic. Those are public goods, and in some ways, it's natural to think about government and even major philanthropies as supporting that kind of activity. Nonprofits also produce what we can call technically private goods that are whose benefits are received by individuals that consume the service themselves. You know, individuals go to museums and theaters and they benefit from that as individuals. They attend classes. They are served by social agencies for their problems. There's a whole bunch of ways in which nonprofits provide services to individuals where it's conceivable that people can be charged for those services and fee financing can work. Now, frequently nonprofits, not all the time, but frequently nonprofits are providing such services to people that we want, that society as a whole wants to have them receive that. You know, that's certainly true of providing, you know, things like food supplements or education even. And so those kinds of private goods, you know, would be more, at least have an aspect of redistributive or kind of public benefits associated with them. So you could conceive of financing those with fee financing to perhaps the individual beneficiaries would pay for some of it, and the government would pay, or the philanthropy might pay for another part of it, which is more public. Other nonprofits produce what you might call group goods. They're more like public goods for an identifiable set of beneficiaries. You know, like you know, for example, doing research on a disease that happens to affect a particular ethnic group. So you can't actually charge for that. You know, it's not a one-on-one kind of thing, but you can identify the group that benefits from it. This could be a community service, for example, like local, you know, local community watch organization. You know what the community benefit, that what the community is that benefits by this additional public safety. It's sort of natural to link those kinds of goods with philanthropic support or perhaps even membership support if there's, you know, if there's a membership that you could identify. And then there are kinds of goods that, you know, are more amenable to particular exchanges between, say, sponsors and nonprofit organizations. There are a lot of corporations, for example, that like to be associated with the public benefit and good service of a nonprofit organization in exchange for good public relations, good public image, and so forth. So there can be an exchange between such sponsors and the nonprofit in terms of, you know, payments, gifts, maybe some kind of earned income, like is provided by a credit card that's sponsored by a charity and provides a certain fee for every transaction that goes back to the nonprofit. It could be, so that's sort of earned income, or it could be some kind of in-kind support, the corporation's expertise in exchange for receiving recognition. Those sorts of things. It doesn't have to be a corporate sponsor. I even think about groups like docents at museums. I mean, they get to, or ushers in the symphony. People that they're sort of volunteering. There's a group of people that volunteer and they receive in return the benefits of listening to the symphony or seeing all the good pictures on the wall. So that's kind of an exchange, which is associated with, but kind of peripheral to the main mission of the organization, but it's something that they can do where it makes sense to have this partnership between an outside group or organization that's willing to provide support in exchange for whatever they're looking for in terms of their own benefit. So think of the nonprofits as providing different combinations of these different kinds of goods. And that leads you to the notion of, well, okay, nonprofits provide all kinds of different combinations. So they're going to have, all kinds of ways of mixing the finances associated, the financial forms associated with those different types of goods. And that's the basic idea behind benefits theory. So, here's a chart that shows you that nonprofits doing different things could very well be supported by different combinations of income. Let me just pick out 3 of these, or a couple. I'm going to pick the ones that are sort of mixed. Okay, so we, in the performing arts, there are a couple of different things going on. People are, as individuals, enjoying the performing arts. They're receiving private benefits of performances or viewing of masterpieces or whatever. That's an individual thing. It makes sense to think about at least charging for that service. On the other hand, there's a general group, say, benefit that goes to people that have the satisfaction of knowing that there's a darn good art museum in my community, or there's a symphony orchestra and I can go there if I would like to go there. And aside from paying for attending any individual performance or, attending on any given day, I'm willing to support this institution as part of a charitable effort. So you can understand how performing arts organizations and have this natural combination of being able to charge for their services and solicit charitable contributions. And interestingly enough, more or less from the same constituencies. There's a big overlap between the people that attend performing arts or fine arts offerings and the ones that donate. So they pay and they also donate. They're not exactly the same group, but there's a real overlap. And I think there's an insight there too, because if you recall the earlier chart that I showed you about what's happening in the pandemic, the arts are the one area where contributions during the pandemic were down, and, as well as fees way down. And why is that? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think maybe these are the same people that, the pandemic stopped them from going for performances or attending shows, and then they stopped giving as well. Whereas in other areas, the giving constituency is often distinct from the service recipient constituency, and so we didn't see the same sort of connection between reduction in contributions and reductions in fees. This is a hypothesis at this point. This is just my light bulb going off and saying, hey, that's interesting that it just happened in the arts that the pandemic led to reductions in contributions as well. If we look at something like preschool care, or could even be, education at higher levels, again, we've got individuals, students and families benefiting. It makes sense to think about tuitions, but we also care as a society that we have a well-educated, responsible citizenry population that is not only good citizens, but productive in the economic sphere. So it's really important from a whole society point of view. You guys are okay?
Hi, Dennis, you're going in and out. You're,
See, my internet connection is saying unstable.
think it-
Alert me if I have to repeat something.
I think it started, I have a message that says you started sharing your screen and that's when the sound went out.
Maybe if you want to turn off your camera, it's because the screen is relatively
I've been sharing my
static. What
screen.
uses the bandwidth is the camera. So if you turn off your
Yeah.
camera, we should still be able to see the screen, and it might help us hear you a little better.
That's what I'm gonna do. Okay,
Oh,
so.
well, but you just stopped sharing. So you can
I
keep
I know
sharing.
I
but-
stopped sharing, but this is the only way I know how to stop my camera. So I'm gonna,
Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna stop my camera, which doesn't, not much of a deprivation to you. You just don't get to look at my face. And then I will share my screen again.
Yep.
Okay. So how are we doing now? Better?
Yeah, we're doing good, and your voice sounds great.
Okay. All right. So just as in the performing arts, we see we have two sorts of benefits being generated, some to people that are actually attending the arts performances, and therefore logically can be, you can raise some of your money from fees, but then there's this more general population of art lovers that just wants to make sure that we have these great arts institutions in our community, and that's more of a constituency for charitable support. And I don't know if you missed my wonderful insight that I was trying to say, that it just so happens in the pandemic that the arts were the only areas where fees and gifts both went down. And I was attributing that as my hypothesis to the fact that the attendees of arts performances and those who give are largely the same people. And so it's not all that surprising, but this is the one area where that happened compared to other areas where during the pandemic contributions held up and fees went down because the givers were different from the service receivers. Okay, I didn't want that insight to get lost. So now I was going on to preschool care, where there's a general public benefit by having everyone attend school and become good citizens and productive members of the workforce. That's an argument for support from the government, but also individuals are receiving those benefits, and their families are receiving particular benefits of attending. So earned income is also an option there, and the combination. So if you're like a preschool and you're not getting any government support, well, maybe that's a place to look. Or if you're, if you're free for somehow and you're not charging fees, that's another place you could look. My favorite example here, of course, is university education. And we have a case study that involves that a little later. But clearly, students attending university classes benefit. And so the idea of charging tuition makes some sense. Government also has an interest because we want, just as in the preschool case, we want people to become productive citizens and members of the workforce, and we also are interested in general public goals like equal opportunity, Those are all general kind of public benefits that government supports. So one can look for government support in university education. And then we have particular groups that are especially concerned about the prosperity and well-being of their institutions. That is, alumni, for example, alumni who hold a degree from a particular institution want the value of that degree to hold up. So they want that institution to continue to do well. And they are kind of logical groups that can support the institution through gifts, through charitable gifts. So if you're a university and you're heavy tuition and you're looking to diversify, it's kind of natural to look to these other sources. And I'm going to go a little bit further with benefit theory, kind of in proportion to how much these benefits are distributed between alumni and students and the general public. Okay, so that's kind of the general idea of benefits theory. I think it's pretty intuitive, but it's kind of a powerful way of thinking. Okay, diversification is a good idea. I'm a nonprofit with a particular mission in a particular field. How do I diversify? Benefits theory gives us, kind of a pathway to doing that in an efficient and appropriate way. Okay, so this is kind of a graphical representation of that. On the left, I provide a certain combination of public and private and group and exchange benefits, and that translates into what my income portfolio is or can potentially look like. So if I'm not taking advantage of all those segments, I should think about diversification in terms of looking at benefits that I'm really providing through my mission that are not exploited from the point of view of finding the beneficiary groups and tapping into the types of income that they may be willing to provide. So I don't know, I'm happy to take, I threw a whole theory at you. I wrote a book on this. I threw it at you at 10, 15 minutes. And I'm happy to entertain your questions about it at this point. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back to this slide. I'm going to stop sharing it, and I'm going to ask whether you would like to contribute to the discussion at this point. Watching the clock, this segment, I think we can go for another 20 minutes or so. Maybe a little less because I still have to finish some stuff up on this topic. But what do you think? Have I given you a roadmap to think about diversification, and how does this apply to any particular nonprofit that you may be interested in? Anyone want to jump in? Make any sense to you at all? If not, I'll just continue with the exposition. Okay, well, think about it. Put it in the chat if you'd like, and we'll get to your questions, and I will continue on because we'll have more opportunity. So share screen again. All right, so what are the implications of this benefits theory for resilience management? Okay, one implication is take a look at your nonprofit. You may be offering various kinds of public, private, and group exchange benefits that you haven't fully exploited in terms of income potential. Those can be a source of resilience themselves. Those can be ways of approaching this general strategy of diversification, which will make you safer for future crises. In addition, it can get you thinking about additional services that you can offer that are related to your mission, which can generate some of these different public, private, and group benefits. that may be supportable through new income streams that you don't currently have. And you may identify those. One way of identifying those, I think we talked a little bit about this in Roland's module, is to see what assets you have that you aren't really utilizing to the fullest extent. You may have, you may have beautiful grounds like like a botanical garden has, and not really using it for the community or for services that the community wants. You might offer shows on your premises. You might allow wedding parties to come in and take pictures, and you could generate some fee income along those lines. You could ask your faculty to do free public lectures and generate some revenues that way. You've got these assets that may not be completely committed, or maybe committed in ways that are less productive than doing something else. And you can think about what additional services you might generate along these public-private group benefit lines that could lead to another income stream. So benefits theory gets you thinking about that. It also gets you, linking to the first bullet, it gets you thinking about growth. And as I mentioned before, we'll talk a little bit more, growth can be a good thing for resilience. Certain larger organizations, as we saw in the pandemic, weren't badly impacted compared to organizations that were smaller. So there's a lot more we can talk about in terms of benefits theory. I do list the book here, which you can look into if you are more inclined to look into that. And I think that's available, and I don't know what they charge these days, but it's available in electronic and paperback form as well. So that's just for your reference. And the next thing that we want to do is the case study. We were going to break probably at 12:15 for lunch, but then I was going to give you a pretty short lunch. So what we can do here, I think, is to break about now. Do you all, Stuart, does everyone have the case study? It's a 2-pager or 1-pager?
I sent the case study to everybody this morning. It should be in your inbox. If it isn't, I'll resend it right now. You let me know.
Okay. So here's the thing. I would like you to read that case, and I would like you to write down your answers to these questions, just to yourself, but write them down in a way that you can be prepared to talk about it for a bit. If you were to look at this case, part of it is obviously about a Cooper Union as a free institution deciding, we're in trouble, we have to charge tuition. Is that using benefits theory thinking? What's the argument that Cooper Union should be charging tuition? Can you apply benefits theory to other sources of income that Cooper Union can develop in order to make itself more resilient, essentially? I mean, it got into serious trouble partly as a result of its own decisions and making it more vulnerable, but very largely in terms of what happened in the recession, in the financial crisis of 2008, 2009. So, that's what started it down the road toward this crisis that it was having, and it's trying to build itself up for the future. So applying benefits theory more generally, what other sources of income, make sense for Cooper Union? And, think about whether, if this prospective diversification using benefits theory as a guide would have helped Cooper Union avoid the crisis in the first place, or at least manage it successfully. So, you know, combine your lunch with reading the case and trying to answer these questions. And we could probably give you a little bit more time. What time do we want to come back? We were going to come back at 12:45. That still looks pretty good. That would give you 45 minutes, and it would give us plenty of time to discuss your answers and for me to sort of finish up with my my presentation. How does that sound? Is that okay with everybody?
So you said 12:45 to return?
Yeah. Well, we could do 12:30 and just have more time for discussion. What are people's preferences? We had 12:45 in the schedule, but I've finished up the morning part a little bit earlier, so we're pretty good. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see everybody.
You guys, if you're there, what we're trying to decide on is to come back at 12:30 or 12:45.
Right.
Any opinion?
So 12:45 would give you more time to do the assignment. 12:30 would give us more time to talk about it. It's the way it works out.
Gabriel votes for
So
12:45.
12:45, yeah, it gives you more time for lunch. So let's do that. And before we break, happy to take any comments or questions right now. Anybody have something on their mind before we break for lunch? I don't see any hands. Is there anything in the chat?
Nope, chat's empty.
Oh, well, Gabriel said 12:45 is okay. Got one vote anyway. All right, so 12:45 it is.
All right, that sounds good. I'm going to pause.
Yeah, I guess some of the others might be still doing their homework. So yeah, let's allocate a few minutes here to the case study, and you know, anybody wants to chime in on the questions. So here we have an institution that's been free, and they generate a lot of controversy by deciding to charge tuition. You know, what do you think about that? I mean, it's a university, right? And universities charge tuition, but this one was an unusual one. And then in the crisis, it discovered that it could charge tuition. How do we think about that from the point of view of, say, benefits theory? And is there any issue with that? Who would like to jump in? I feel like I'm in class and I've got to call on people. Well, I'm going to pick on Stuart. Stuart, what do you think?
Well, of course, I have an
You get
opinion.
the ball rolling
So,
because you work in a university.
a couple of question, Dennis, is this a real case? There's really a university that doesn't charge tuition?
Yes, it is a real case. It is a live case, and it's still going on. The controversy is still going on. They're still kind of trying to come out of the situation, and you can go to the internet and look up Cooper Union and get current. Absolutely. It's a
So,
real case.
so the first thought I had as I read it was, you know, it's a sleepy place. Obviously not active, proactive in terms of its threats and opportunities. I mean, I'm wondering if one of their benefits is the fact that they're an institution and that's their goal, just to be a functioning I mean, I wondered if they have a relevant mission, and why wouldn't they charge tuition? I mean, is it a super?
Well, do you think, so from the point of view of what we've learned about benefits theory, is there a case for charging tuition?
I don't know what the benefits would be. I don't know where the students are. I mean, if it's like
Well,
community reentry, I could see. You know, that's kind
well,
of.
the students, I mean, this is a very high quality technical institution. The students are top of the line. It's the whole idea. Yeah, and they've been getting this free tuition. Great.
Pretty competitive to get in too, correct?
Good. Yes.
I said it's
Very
pretty, and
selective.
yeah,
Very
that's what I
selective.
thought.
Yeah, very selective.
I think I've seen like
And
an
it's not in a
documentary on
sleepy place. It's not in a sleepy place, Stuart. It's right in Manhattan.
Well, the Chrysler
can
building
say.
is generating their operating revenue, right? I mean, yeah, I mean,
Well, for a while, it was seeming to generate enough. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's not so much you can put on one page. It's complicated by a history of overbuilding and going into debt to try to build, and so they overextended themselves at various things. Yeah, that's their endowment, is the Chrysler Building. Yeah. Am I coming through?
yeah.
Because my internet looks like it may be not giving me. Sounds like you're thinking, well, why not? I mean, they're a university. Why shouldn't they charge tuition, right? I mean, there is a benefit to the students that are receiving this education, and they can pay. Many of them can pay. So what's the problem?
I
Gabe,
think it's
you
because it
have-
goes against their core value. That's their mission, is to provide, a high level education at free to little cost. And it's been something they've been doing for, well over 100 years. So to go against
Yeah.
your own core mission, I feel like is what the, issue is. So to apply the
Yeah.
benefits theory to, I feel like, they want to diversify, but I don't think that's the way they intend to diversify,
Yeah, although you bring up the right point. I mean, the rationale of benefits theory kind of says one thing, but their mission is kind of not framed in a way that is the typical university mission. And I think this case requires looking very carefully at that mission in terms of what it actually is, and whether somehow it excludes or constrains the tuition issue. But yeah, anybody else have a view on this? I don't know. I'm just looking at pictures. I don't know if Lauren is here or Cheyenne is here, or Leanne probably went to bed by now.
Lauren's on the phone. I know that she's
Yeah.
picking up her husband at the airport while she's doing this.
So, I mean, let me elaborate on what I just said. Because if you look at the mission, it sort of says to me that they don't want tuition to be a barrier to serving people regardless of merit. And actually, in some of the original language, it sort of makes an exception for folks that are particularly well off and can well afford this. But that got changed in the history of it when they got this huge grant from Andrew Carnegie that said, okay, now everybody goes free. So depending on how far back you go in terms of trying to identify what the core mission is, it's not clear that it has to be free to everybody, right? That's the tension. But if you operate under this culture of free tuition for a long time, it just does, as Gabe's pointed out, it becomes part of your DNA. So there are other interests involved here. There are other groups that say, no, what we're supporting this institution because we think that it should be, free tuition. It has other values associated with that. So that, I mean, that, to me, that gets to the second question. If it's not going to be tuition, what are the other options for Cooper Union to diversify, and how does benefits theory help us think about that? Anybody want to take a stab at that? Well, I guess it's just the three of us at the moment.
Right. Well, it seems that, I think you said it, and maybe that's what I'm thinking too. I don't know that the mission's sharp enough or helpful enough to make, I mean, it just seems to me that no one's really been minding it. And if they went ahead and spent $28 million to do development or what, and they didn't have it, they borrowed it, but they have an endowment. And the endowment is a piece of real estate. I mean, to me, it doesn't seem like anyone was in charge of it. And I know that's not the direction you want to go, but I can't get over that. It just seems like they got into a problem of their own making, not because of environmental circumstances, not in the same way that a pandemic creates environmental circumstances.
I'd even say like the crisis of 2008 was a circumstance too that was, unforeseen, and you can't really budget for that type of extent. Same with what I think it said 2013 as well. So I mean, I think there are some outlying factors that played into their circumstance, but I do think they have to find. Sorry about that. Find other ways to fund it, whether maybe they're not tapping into government grants or other charitable ways to try to keep it as is with their core mission. So I know like there's a lot of government grants like school contracts and stuff like that state universities and others tap into. So I mean, I wonder what that kind of avenue would open up for them.
Okay, so there are a couple of points on the table here. First, that the mission needs to be clarified and in a way that allows us to sort out to the extent to which tuition is a limited option. Because we're not really sure about that, because benefits theory would say, look, there are students that are benefiting here, and that is a logical kind of source of support. That suggests also that there are other groups that feel differently, and if they feel differently, they are benefiting in ways that maybe they should support the mission too. And here who am I thinking of? And this is the second question. There are people that really care that there's something special about this mission of providing tuition-free education. And if they believe in that cause as a group, perhaps they should support it. And who are they? There's a group here. I think there's at least one group that is kind of, there's actually a couple of groups that are kind of saying that in this case, right?
The alumni.
The alumni for sure. Hey, look, our legacy is that we come from this great school that didn't charge any tuition. And yet they've been in a position here of saying, oh, that's great. It's easy for us to say, because you got this big endowment, with from the Chrysler building, and you just were incompetent or something, but you should have enough money to do that.
Right.
But that's a cop-out to a certain extent. Because if they really feel that the tuition should be free, they should come up with some of the, resources to allow that to happen. And that benefits theory would tell you that's an untapped resource. They are benefiting from the reputation of the school, and as in a typical university, they should be supporting it more than they are. So that's another thing. There's another group in there too. It doesn't really come out, but the faculty feel that way too. So, okay, faculty feel that they're in this special institution. Well, maybe they should help support this thing too. And then, there are various, they could be contributing philanthropically, they could be doing some things.
But that, does that,
And then, yeah, and well, just to make let me make another couple of quick points. One is that what Gabe is suggesting is that maybe there are even other groups that we have this special institution that has capacity to provide benefits to government sponsoring organizations or research organizations in a way that could really it's not the main mission, but the fact is that this is a great intellectual and technological resource, and it's not entirely used up. I mean, there's capacity there, and there's this other group that wants to tap into it. So why not have contracts and sponsor, corporate sponsorships and government contracts and so forth, that can benefit to themselves and also provide some of the assistance that Cooper Union needs. So it's kind of all tied together in a ball there. And Stuart, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So.
but I guess, Dennis, what you're saying is the underlying notion is that the mission's still the mission and that it shouldn't change. And maybe it shouldn't. Maybe that's the part of the exercise we're talking about is
no, I think
exploring the
mission.
options.
I think mission can change. I mean, mission is kind of a lodestar for nonprofits. That's all they've got, really, because they're not supposed to maximize profit or something like that, or maximize votes. I mean, those are the two other sectors. They're supposed to carry out their mission, but the mission needs to be shaped by the stakeholders. And what the problem here is that there may be some friction, some disagreement about exactly what the mission is and how to interpret it. And it's absolutely important to clarify that in order to go forward and figure out what the right way to diversify is. And I guess that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Anybody
Right.
else want to jump in on questions 1 or 2? So between questions 1 and 2, we have the possibility, at least, that we should think about in terms of adding tuition as a way of diversifying, because all it's got, really, there's another point I want to make. All it has really is the endowment investment in Cooper Union. That's where the money comes from. That's not very diversified. And in fact, what happened in that 2008-2009 crisis, the portfolio got hit, and they had nowhere else to go. So diversification kind of makes sense from that point of view. But there's another thing to be said about investment income, and that is you generate it by generating capital gifts. You can do that. But once you're generating the investment income, it's kind of a free lunch for management, and there's no accountability, and they overplayed that hand. So we're going to talk a little bit more about various sources of income. Investment income it can be very important for resilience, but benefits theory, tells you that it's unhinged. It doesn't have a really close connection to the beneficiaries, and that led to problems in this case. That's one of the things that makes this case interesting.
So
Yeah.
So benefits theory is a tactic. You
Well,
think
it's more than a
it doesn't-
tactic. It's the way I'm presenting it, it's kind of a normative framework for how do you think about developing your income portfolio. And and that's in general, and it's also with respect to preparing, increasing resilience by preparing for the next crisis. That's true. But, and I don't want to get into this too much, it has turned out to be a pretty good model for how nonprofits actually do it. That is, if you want to explain all of that great diversity of financing portfolios that we talked about earlier in the day, if you can get a measure of the benefits and do the modeling on that, benefits theory turns out to be a pretty good predictor of the actual portfolios. So it's been used in that sense as well. And there's a small literature now on using benefits theory to generate an understanding, an explanation of why particular nonprofits have certain combinations of income. So, yeah, so it's a strategic framework for sure. I wouldn't call it a tactic, but I call it a strategic framework for thinking about diversification in the nonprofit sphere. Yeah, I guess I would say that. Okay, any other comments? So I'm looking at the clock. Let's go on to the third question. If you could have wound your way back before the crisis hit Cooper Union, and they were more diversified than they were before, would that have made them more resilient? Would that have put them in a position to manage and navigate the crisis, or even avoid it in this particular case? I mean, they couldn't avoid the financial crisis of 2008-9, but they might have perhaps ridden it out, fairly smoothly if they hadn't been so undiversified. I'd be interested in how you see that. Anybody?
Even point number one in one of your own slides was don't put all your eggs in one basket. And that's exactly what they did. You know what I mean? So they had this nest egg and just kept it in that one spot and didn't do anything with it. And it came back, to haunt them essentially.
Yeah.
Could have diversified, all those years with, as, the market grew itself, kept expanding and expanding, and they stayed in their endowment and they stayed where they felt safe.
Right. Right. And they didn't want to face up to the controversies that might have been. I mean, think about it. You're the head of this university back in like 2000 or something like that, right? And you realize this problem. Okay, you, like as Gabe has articulated, we have more eggs in one basket. So suppose something happens at a Chrysler building or New York, where has a depression or something. It's like, this is not a good situation. But then it's tough, right? It's like, well, students, I think you should be paying part of the bill. So now you create that controversy. Or you go to your alumni and say, you guys are free riding on our reputation and you're not contributing much. You're going to get into a fight there too, because they're going to say, hey, you got the Chrysler building, right? Or the faculty. Well, you're not even paying us enough, why should we? So there are these stakeholders, but it may not be an easy process. But had they done this in advance and done something reasonable, they might have gotten through this. We might not have had this serious crisis, or they certainly would have gotten through it more easily.
So the stakeholders themselves could have.
Any other comments on this?
The stakeholders themselves could provide.
Could have what?
The stakeholders themselves could be the assets that they could.
Well, I think that's the idea of benefits theory, that where you go to support yourself through various mechanisms is those who benefit by your mission through various mechanisms. Yeah. And that's your natural source of support. Support doesn't come out of thin air. And if you're going to a source that puts no value in what you're doing, you're just barking up the wrong tree, So it's common sense in a way. I mean, I think it's more than that, because I was one of the pioneers here that framed the benefits theory, and I think it makes a great deal of sense. But it's not all that complicated, in concept. It's very intuitive, and I think nonprofits actually sort of behave this way, and subconsciously maybe, but that's what they do, and they just need to do it better, and they need to do more of it. Is my take on it.
Well, kind of in this case, Dennis, though, there's a question of will too, and
Sure.
I mean, part of what you're describing, or at least it's being described in the case, is recognition that there's a problem. That's the first thing. Then what is the problem?
Yeah.
And how to solve that problem. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to go from the theory, the frame that you've just described to the actions and
Yeah.
so
Well,
somebody do
they're-
something.
but they're forced into action. They were forced by the crisis into action, and they got into all kinds of trouble. And it's in the courts. I mean, I encourage you to go to the internet and read about it, because they're under, kind of a court enforced agreement, where all the parties basically came together and said the management was negligent because you shouldn't have gotten into this hole in the first place. But then you need to come up with a plan that will get you into a stable situation in the long run. And in fact, what happened was that they were forced to impose tuition, and they currently have tuition. And the stakeholders that don't like that are trying to work to develop alternative streams so that they can get back closer to free tuition, to the free tuition model in some number of years. So, yeah, I mean, it was sort of a forced situation, but that's what's happening. And hopefully they'll come out in a place that will be more sensible. I mean, my own take on it would be, you can honor the mission, the original mission, by setting tuition up in a way that does not serve as a barrier to anybody. That's possible. That can be done. And so it's not going to be as robust a tuition stream as maybe most universities would have, particularly private universities, but it will still be there. In fact, Peter Cooper said nothing about graduate students. It was just undergraduate at the time. They got graduate students now. Graduate students can be charged tuition. And rich undergraduate students can be charged tuition. And the institution can continue to operate solely on the basis of merit in terms of admissions. That could be made to work, and I think tuition is going to remain a piece of this. But also, those groups, those beneficiaries that, like the alumni, that think that this mode of education where tuition is kind of taken out of the picture in terms of decision making, and people can decide to go on the merits, and the students can be chosen just simply on the merits. I think that can be achieved, but it has to be supported from other sources, more philanthropy for sure, and maybe building more endowment aside from the Chrysler building. I think that's probably where it's going to come out, but it's going to look a little different than it was going in, and it's really interesting to me. Yeah. So
They diversify their endowment.
I think another way they could, diversify their income streams too would be, if this is one of the,
where it is now.
sorry, you're breaking up.
Dennis, you broke
Oh,
up.
I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. That, a way they could do it is, it's one of the world's leading, university in their three fields of architecture, fine arts, and engineering. They could set up a system with the people who have benefited from it, the alumni, and those who are coming in to benefit from their students, and set up, a situation where maybe, the firms that, alumni and, potential students could be working at for engineering and architecture could be setting up kind of like a contribution for students to apply or go to the university, if they agree to work at said firm for a year or two, or, X amount of time. And that could be a way where the student isn't burdened by having to pay something forward. And then it's also, the alumni giving back in a way is kind of setting up that bridge between, the alumni to future students while still keeping the cost to students at nothing. All they have to do is maybe go work for, said firm, which could be, something that builds a reputation, builds a resume, builds a real life experience after going to, a university like Cooper Union. I think that even propels them even farther down the road. So I think that could be something that they should look into, that's a really good way to get income out of those who have benefited.
No, I think that's a great idea. And, from the point of view of the the employers of the corporation. They're always looking for talent. And this
Right. It's
gives
an
them-
investment, and you're
It's
investing
an
in talent.
investment, and it gets them directly, into the
pipeline.
stream of thought of the students, and or to a relationship with the faculty and so forth. So I think that makes a good deal of sense, and we'll see where they all come out on this. That's terrific. Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm looking at our schedule that I need to go back to my slides. But so any other comments that anybody would like to make about the case? I think we've had a good discussion about it, and it's a really good case to think about in terms of diversification as a strategy for income resilience. Yeah. Okay, so I'm now going to make I'm going to do two things. I'm going to stop my video so that we remain strong internet signal as I share my screen. And we'll go from there. Gotta get the right thing here to share. All right. And I'm going to try to. Okay. All right, we've done this. So now I want to talk about something a little different, which nonprofits do. They may not think about it quite this way, but it's sort of based on the idea that certain types of income, or at least the way income streams are packaged, can make them a little bit more resilient in a crisis, or maybe a lot more resilient. So the idea here is to decouple the income from the shock in a way. In the pandemic, we kind of saw this, right? I mean, earned income was directly related. The losses in earned income were directly related to the fact that institutions had to close down, and it made earned income very sensitive to that sort of crisis. And we saw in some cases that contributions were also sensitive, depending on where they were directed and so forth. So the idea, we could almost think of, those of you that attended Teresa's module last week, she talked about fixed and variable costs. And variable costs were the ones that you could cut back in the short run, but fixed you were kind of stuck with for a while. So we could think of income in that way too. We could have fixed income, which isn't going to disappear on you if you reduce your output. You have to close up, or you have to, really, batten the hatches in a crisis. That won't go away. But variable income will. So, that's what happened in arts organizations and educational institutions. The variable income went away in the pandemic. Students weren't attending as much, so they didn't collect the tuitions. People weren't coming to performances, so the box office income dried up. But if they had endowments, but if they had certain forms of other income, that didn't dry up. That was more resistant to the shock. And so we can think about not only fixed income in the form of things like endowment, but other kinds of ways of framing the income so that it's less resistant to the shocks. And so, we can talk about things like memberships and subscriptions and sustaining donors as forms in which earned or contributed income can be framed so that it's more resilient in a crisis. That's what I want to, that's what I'm talking about in terms of decoupling. So it's not so much diversification now, it's just engineering the sources that we have so that they aren't quite as vulnerable. So fixed income, I mentioned various things. If you have endowments, again, depending on, it does depend a little bit on the nature of the crisis, but the nature of endowments is you have the endowment, the investment income just automatically flows from the endowment, no matter what you do with the program side of the nonprofit. Okay. And that makes you more resilient. Now, it's not entirely, invulnerable. We know that values of endowments can go down in certain kinds of crises like recessions, and that will cause a reduction in investment returns, but they won't go away. They won't go away unless the endowment is just somehow entirely wiped out. There are other forms of investment income. That is, nonprofits, can have investment funds for a variety of purposes: reserve funds, working capital funds, sinking funds, other special purpose funds. These will also, generate investment income. And in addition to that, they may have less constraints, so that if you're really in a bind, you can start, using some of the capital as well as the investment corpus. It's more flexible, more liquid than a strict donor designated endowment. And we also have endowments that are board designated, and that's something in between. That means that the board has decided this is an endowment and you shouldn't invade the capital, but the board can change that. Whereas something that's a legal endowment, agreed upon with the donor, is much harder to change. So you don't have that liquidity. But one way or another, the endowments, the investment funds are forms of income or forms of capital which generate income that can be more resilient in a crisis, because they may not be immediately sensitive to an organization having to close down or shrink its programming. Similarly, for things like lines of credit, I mean, it's not exactly income, but if you have established a strong relationship with a lender in a financing institution, then having that line of credit can produce short-run income to make you more resilient. So we have these, these varieties of fixed income that can be used in a crisis, that will insulate the organization somewhat from the shocks that might normally hit ordinary earned income or ordinary streams of contributions, or even government reimbursement for services. So that's fixed income and resilience. A little bit more subtle is this idea of semi-fixed sources, that they are variable, but they are slower to react to a crisis. There's less elasticity between an organization that has to, quickly constrain its services or close operations, and the resultant reaction in the revenue stream. So, we saw the effects of elastic forms of earned income in the pandemic that severely affected arts institutions, smaller organizations in a crisis. But there are ways of, packaging the same income that would make them less, more inelastic or less elastic. So, for example, if you are a wire at JCC, um, you like memberships. You like to package everything that you do into a membership, because people are less likely to withdraw a membership than they are to stop paying the fee to use the swimming pool, something like that. That will be slower to react, and that will provide some ability of the organization to be more resilient. It won't be as dramatically affected if it has memberships rather than fee for service on a use by use basis, or it has things like in an arts organization, subscriptions rather than performance by performance payment system. There's if you haven't read it, it's a classic book. Yeah, it looks old, but it keeps getting reprinted, and it's a nice little volume by a political economist by the name of Albert Hirschman, who spent many years writing great books at Princeton University. But I think his best known book is this one, Exit, Voice, and Loyalty. And he was talking about institutions generically. And he was saying that if consumers are loyal, as they would be more loyal if they were members rather than just unit by unit consumers, then that will provide a bit of a buffer to organizations. It will give them some space to be able to react to something that went wrong and put it right before the income stream disappears. So you want to get a general idea of what I'm talking about here. This little volume, is fascinating for a number of reasons. So, just some examples of that, and maybe you guys can think about your own examples. But if we look at parts of the nonprofit sector like YMCAs and JCCs, they talk about memberships. They don't talk about fees for individual services, and they talk about, in subtle ways, they talk about loyal members. And I mean, from personal experience, I belong to local JCC. Obviously, in the pandemic, my wife and I used it much less, but we weren't going to withdraw our membership for a couple of reasons. I mean, we wanted to resume our usage at some point. And also we wanted to help the organization. So I felt like that was, as much of a contribution as it was a fee for kind of service thing. And so those memberships, just, framing earned income in the form of memberships can really help. Same thing goes on in the arts, in museums, in botanical gardens. Now their membership is kind of a combination. If you're a member, then you get in free and you don't have to pay at the box office, but it's also a way of framing donations so that they're not just going out and saying, would you give to the museum? We're a good institution, help us out. No, become a member, become part of, what's important here. And we think of you as loyal members who support this institution, independent of the usage that you may make of the institution on a day-to-day basis. Arts organizations know this. Performing arts organizations would much rather sell subscription packages and season tickets than they would to, sell performance tickets, performance by performance. And when you get hit with a crisis, performance by performance, people are just not going to show up. That revenue stream is going to disappear. But if you've got subscription holders, and perhaps their tickets can't be used because of the crisis, they're more likely to just roll them over and to hold on, with the understanding that either, look at it as a contribution and don't demand your money back, or roll them over to future performances. So it's the same kind of earned income, but it's framed in a way that it's kind of semi-fixed, and it helps in terms of resilience in a crisis. I've been sort of fascinated to listen to the radio, because NCR has done this with its donors, and I think that nonprofits are moving more and more in this direction, to think of donors not even just as members, but as sustainers, that, they don't just pay a one-time membership every year. They pledge themselves to make a certain level of contributions, which comes out of their bank accounts on a regular basis over the year. And then they respond to appeals for even more after that. This is a much less, if you're welcomed into the club of sustainers, and you identify as what you're doing here is making sure that this institution is okay, then that's going to be a much less volatile kind of income stream than it would be if you're just responding as a charitable contributor. So those are some examples. And let me stop here and ask if you've got your own examples or ideas about this notion of trying to shape the portfolio in a way that leans a little bit more on sources of income that are either fixed or semi-fixed, and aren't going to be quite as sensitive to crises as other forms might be. So I don't know where we are. I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a second, and I am going to start my own video, hoping that it holds up, and ask you what you think. Anybody out there that wants to throw in their own thoughts about this strategy of what I'm calling decoupling, trying to separate the impacts of the crisis from the income stream. I see everybody's muted. And some people are double muted. Lauren, are you there? I see your picture. I don't know that anybody's here. There's Gabe. Did you hear my question?
Oh yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
kind of rereading through some of it after you've said it too, just kind of think if I
Right,
have anything
Right.
to add to it, but
Okay. Just checking in.
I
Any
I guess-
thoughts, or I'll just go on? Let's see, we need to finish up by 2 o'clock, so that we can, prepare for the panel to come in. So I still have some things to present. But I thought this was a good point to stop if any of you want to ask any questions or insert your own thoughts about this idea.
Well, Dennis, I had worked on a number of projects in the last 2 or 3 years that have all encountered some aspect of what you're describing. So one organization is like a club, a men's club with an endowment and a shrinking membership. And, this very topic came up, should we survive? And if we do, how on our endowment? And it ended up causing a schism in the organization for those that thought they should not be an exclusive gender organization in this day and age, and others that were defiant about it and ready to sink the whole ship. And they had resources. They could have turned on a spigot and raised money, but they never resolved it. They basically kicked the can down the road.
And that's the, that's the downside of having these fixed resources that keep on giving, even if you're not doing anything or not doing the right thing, is you're not really, aside from the board, you're really not accountable to, to a wider stakeholder group, or to, questioning the mission in the context of other potential beneficiaries and stakeholders. So that is a downside that, and people, and there's a whole area of controversy about whether, nonprofits should hold endowments or the extent to which they should. I don't want to overplay this hand because as with the statistics that we saw earlier, with, obviously obvious exceptions, but generally speaking, endowment income or investment income in particular is just normally a small part of a nonprofit's portfolio. On average, you saw that the value is about 5%. But there are certainly, and foundations, that's a whole other story. There are certainly institutions that, that have, they have their fixed source of income and that's it. And they're invulnerable from that point of view. Unless, now there's another case that I think I made a slight reference to. There are institutions that overplay their hand with endowments. The New York Historical Society is a very famous case that was analyzed by a guy named Kevin Guthrie. And there's a book about it, and there's an article about it in Board Source if you want to look there. They kind of totally overplayed their hand to the point where they were taking more out of the investment that they needed to put into it to maintain its value. And institutions get into trouble that way because nobody's stopping them if you don't have a responsible board. So there are all kinds of ways to get into trouble if you have these fixed sources of income and you remain pretty much unaccountable. But in terms of resilience, they've got to be in the picture. I mean, you may have a very good institution that's gotten into big trouble in a crisis. And if it's got endowments, even endowments that are constrained, that are, where it's not easily possible legally to tap the corpus, in a real crunch, you can go to court and you can say it's important that this institution survive, and here's the way we have to do it. We have to restructure the endowment. That's a last resort kind of thing, but it's a better situation to be in than not having the endowment. And that's the only point I'm making, that fixed income has its, fixed forms of income have their place, and being creative with trying to shape other sorts of income so that they're kind of semi-fixed, so that they're slower to react to, a serious crisis. This is another dimension of building income resilience. So let me go on, because we don't have actually that much time for me to finish up this part of my presentation, and so whoever's listening.
I think you're on slide 34.
I guess I need to reshare my screen. Is that what I have to do?
Want us to see it? Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Okay, let's keep going. I don't know how I wound up here.
Well, what you could do is scroll down to the slide you want and then go to from present slide, from current slide.
Yeah, no, I do want to do this. I just want to find out which ones I want here. Okay, here's where I want to go. We did that, and right. Okay.
The second one.
Here
Yep.
we go. I know what I'm doing. There we go.
All right. Okay.
All right. Now, is my picture still on? Because I may want to.
Yes.
Well, okay. If we run into trouble with the internet, I may have to stop and take my picture off. But so far we're good. So we've we've talked about all of this. And now I want to talk about the idea of growth. So, there can be a trade-off between diversification and growth. Whoops, sorry about that. I gotta stop this phone call from coming in. Some level of diversification conceptually could come at the expense of growth. I mean, if you've got a hot prospect for this huge government contract and you can grow, by ignoring everything else, that might be a very risky but thing to do from the point of view of resilience. But you might grow very fast that way. It might be a trade-off. But another stream of research says that, and some of the numbers that we've seen in the pandemic and so forth,
Dennis, I lost you.
they really suggest that larger organizations. Can you still see? Am I still okay?
No, your image froze and your voice is going in and out.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to go back. Sharing my screen. Okay, this is what I want. Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
Do it. Let me know if I'm okay. All right, just took my picture off to improve the internet.
There we go.
Okay, so there's some evidence and scholarship that indicates that organizational size makes a difference in terms of resilience. And obviously, if we take advantage of everything that we can through benefits theory to build up the income of an organization, that's a way to grow. And growth per se might be a good idea. And the reason for that, I think, is that the larger organizations have more of what we're calling organizational slack. Those of you that attended the first module, Elizabeth talked about this. There are more ways to look for efficiencies, combine things, cut back. If you're a large organization, you've got more possibilities for tapping into organizational slack when a crisis comes along. And in addition to that, because of kind of following the benefits theory rationale, larger organizations also tend to have more diversified income portfolios. That's the way they get larger. So growth per se can be thought of, or size per se can be thought of, as a way of approaching organizational resilience. And obviously income strategy has a lot to do with that. So there's a bit of a paradox here, because there may be ways to grow by taking risks and becoming more vulnerable and less resilient. But over the long term, if you fully take advantage of the resources that you can build up so that your organization can become larger and more robust, you're more likely to have flexibility in the form of what we're calling organizational slack, abilities to draw out efficiencies when you need it, cut back when you need it, put reserves away so that the future can be better hedged. And so I want to talk about organizational growth a bit. There are some pieces of research that show, and this isn't a direct causal argument. I mean, I think the jury is still out in the research, but they show that nonprofits that do better are larger than ones that don't. And if here, if we define performance in terms of growth and stability, maybe you can have your cake and eat it by being larger. You'll be more resilient and you will still grow. You still have been able to achieve that growth. And here's a couple of pieces of research that show that organizational size matters in terms of vulnerability, in terms of resiliency. So this is an interesting point. And if we go back to thinking about it in terms of some of the numbers that we've seen from the pandemic and others, I sort of frame it. Okay, I'll claim originality for this. It's sort of a reverse, in this case, Goldilocks relationship. That it's not that you remember Goldilocks didn't want to have cereal that was too hot or too cold, just in the middle, just right. This is kind of the reverse of this, the mirror image. We know that larger organizations have more organizational slack to fall back on in a crisis. And we've seen that there's evidence that larger organizations are less vulnerable. They're less subject to volatility. They have that greater resilience. Of course, what do we mean by large? We have to think about that. The numbers I threw at you earlier sort of suggested that if you're over $1 million or so, you're in pretty good shape in the pandemic, and if you were less, you weren't. I would also make an argument that very small organizations can be very resilient, and for reasons that I think were alluded to in the last module that Teresa Harrison presented. They don't have much fixed costs. There's not much way in which they can get into trouble. They're dependent on volunteers. They don't have their own facility. They don't even have a permanent staff. Now, these are very, very small, but there are a hell of a lot of them. We don't measure a lot of the nonprofit sector. It's what David Horton Smith, one of the scholars in this area, he's done a lot of scholarship on it. And it's like an iceberg. If you look under the surface, there are millions of very, very small nonprofit organizations that we never count and we never measure. But these are the ones that, they stick around, they're resilient because they don't depend so much on paying the bills in a crisis. And they can hibernate. So we have this interesting relationship with size, that if you're really large, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Can you still hear me? I see my internet thing is giving me problems again. Okay. Are we still with me?
I am.
You'd be pretty resilient. If you're really small, you might be pretty resilient. Are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. But many of these, we don't know about a lot of this because many of these organizations are outside the usual research frame that comes from the tax-based data. So mid-sized organizations here, I'm gonna coin another phrase. Mid-sized organizations are literally caught in the middle. They have costs to cover, but they don't have enough slack to fall back on. And this is the case for most formal incorporated nonprofit organizations, the ones that we count and can get data on. You'll recall from the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, that public officials were worried about closing banks, like Lehman Brothers and or securities firms and Bear Stearns, because they said they were too big to fail. And that was the mantra at that point in time. Well, I think in this case, nonprofits want to avoid being too middling to fail. They don't want to sort of get caught in this middle if they can avoid it, of being, large enough to be vulnerable, but not small enough to absorb it, and not really large enough to be resilient. They sort of caught in this middle ground, which leads to this notion of Goldilocks. really wanting to be in the bigger bowl or the smaller bowl, but not the middle bowl, which is a little bit against the fairy tale. But we're not dealing in fairy tales here. We're dealing in serious stuff about nonprofit reliance and resilience. So what's the bottom line on all of this? I think it's clear that income diversification is a good thing, and we know how to follow that by, using the paradigm of benefits theory, and that would lead to prudent, what I would call prudent growth. And maybe that's the best long-term income strategy for building nonprofit organizational resilience. Take advantage of all those benefits that you're generating, beneficiaries that are out there, mechanisms through which those beneficiaries can support your organization, and that will lead to natural growth and natural diversification. But I think this requires making a full assessment of mission-related benefits, as we've discussed in the Cooper Union case, and pursuing all corresponding potential sources of income so that you achieve the most robust possible income portfolio that fits your mission and takes advantage of your natural sources of support. And so I think it is possible that prudent growth doesn't have to come at the expense of resilience at all. Indeed, if done correctly, in my view, they go hand in hand as both diversification and greater organizational slack to navigate a crisis are built simultaneously. Okay, happy to entertain any questions. That's pretty much my lecture, and we were going to take a break at 2 o'clock anyway, but I would love to. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and see if there's any discussion about this in the remaining time before we take a break, and then we're going to have a really great panel coming in starting at 2:15. Well, I see Gabe is there. Gabe, do you have any reactions to this idea of the Goldilocks, the reverse
I thought the
Goldilocks?
size thing was really interesting. How, either if you're really large or you're really, on the smaller end scale, you kind of have some, either more flexibility or more to fall back on. But that medium size, which probably encompasses the majority of not-for-profits, is
Absolutely.
where you see kind of that, where they kind of get hit by crisis and, other things the hardest. And I mean, it's crazy because that is the majority of not-for-profits. I mean, even small businesses too, just extending out. So it's either you have to be on one end of the spectrum or the other to be able to weather the storm. So
yeah, I mean, that's the idea. And we don't, I haven't defined the borderlines. But I suspect on the small side, it's those organizations that aren't having to file 990s.
Yeah, exactly.
And on the high side, is probably well in excess of $1 million budget.
Yeah.
In fact, in the crisis, we've seen some serious agencies with budgets of, certainly 5 million to maybe even 100 million, get into trouble in the pandemic. But the larger ones obviously have more of that slack to be able to deal with it.
Right. They probably even just have more, relations outside of, than just their budget too, whether, if they're calling on.
Well, there's another interesting little link.
Hi, Dennis, we lost you again. At least he's smiling. There you go.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'm just going to add a point to that, and that is
I'm sorry, Dennis, we can't make it out.
You know, on the lower end,
There we
There we
go.
go.
I think we've seen a lot of organizations survive.
Wow, I think we lost him completely.
Yeah, I just booted him entirely.
What do you think? Solar flares?
He's having some issues with something. So it is high winds today. I don't know. I feel like sometimes that'll have.
Could be, could be. He's back. I agree with you. You know, that size thing, I think that's true. That's, you know, if you have some depth to you,
Somehow it went off and on. Can you hear me now?
you can.
I don't know. I don't know what else I can do. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try again. I think there are a lot of nonprofits toward the bottom end, Gabe, that survived the pandemic by shrinking smaller.
Right.
They gave
You
up
get
their
lean when you
office.
have to.
Yeah, they gave up their offices. They operated out of their homes. They cut back on whatever salaries they might have been paying and held together as a volunteer organization until they could rebound. And you know, that was a resilient strategy for ones that were kind of on the borderline between this middle group and the lower group. It's much, you know, it's much harder to do that at the top end, obviously. And
Right.
that's why all of this is a long run strategy. It's here's where we want to get to so that next time this happens, we'll be in a better position to try to, you know, be much more robust as a larger organization. But yeah, I think we're seeing both. I see one of our guest speakers has checked in. We can admit Noah, but we're not going to get started with that panel for about 15 minutes.
All right, well, we'll let her know when she checks in.
Yeah, yeah. There's Noah. We're struggling with the audio a little bit. I mean, with the video a little bit, Noah.
Okay,
Can you hear?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Mine's been going in and out, so I sometimes turn my picture off. But welcome, and we're gonna get started with the panel at 2:15, I think, or as soon as you know, if Terry and Meg show up earlier, we can get started earlier. We were just finishing up our lecture discussion and wrapping up before the break.
Okay, great. How's it going so far?
Well, you'd have to ask our constituents. From my point of view, I'm having a good time.
That's
Really interesting.
I think it's been a good discussion,
I would agree.
and I think some folks have had trouble getting in and out, so we have a mixed experience in terms of folks staying on the line.
Yeah, the technology is not always fun.
Yeah. So any final comments? I mean, I appreciate your perspective, and Stuart, yours, and you know, I guess we can just take a break until 2:15. I'll stay on until our other panelists show up, and we'll get started as soon as that's all together.
All right, let me try to prompt the others to see if they're able to join us too.
You know,
And you want to get back together around 15 minutes.
yeah, we had 2:15 on the schedule, and that's what I told Meg and Terry.
Okay,
Noah, you checked in a little bit early, but just to
I
make sure
figure-
that it works.
Yeah, I figured I could mute myself and just hang out for a while, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine, and we can chat, but we'll let everybody else go, and I think the next segment will be easier in terms of the internet. I don't know. Do you have any slides or stuff that you wanted to show, or we'll just discuss?
I opted just to speak, just to keep the technology simple. You know, I was worried that if I had slides that it might.
Okay, well, welcome back. And this is the best part of our program. We have a panel discussion with leaders of two great local organizations in the Cleveland area, and representing really very different parts of the nonprofit sector, you know, on the social services side and on the arts side. But on the other hand, I think they're both what I would call exemplar organizations in terms of what they do, how well they do it. And in fact, and I'm looking forward to learning a little bit more, you know, how they've managed to successfully navigate the crises that we've been going through, especially the pandemic. So without further ado, I'll introduce you to Noha Ryder, who is the Chief Financial Officer at an organization called Apollo's Fire, which, if you're not familiar with it, you should be. It's just this wonderful, you call it early music, I don't know, early music ensemble that's made a tremendous reputation for itself, not only locally, but really all over the world. I mean, they've played about just about anywhere that prestigious orchestras play, and offer you know, kind of a special take on Baroque era music. And we also have Terry Davis and Meg Cutter from Our Lady of the Wayside Services, which provides some, you know, terrific support for developmentally challenged people, both in a residential setting as well as services. Terry is the CEO. He's been there for a couple of decades, I think.
Yeah, almost 30 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Terry and Meg Cutter, who's the longtime program director. And I think Terry will say, you know, sort of his right arm. So the way I'd like to, you know, proceed, we've been talking about various strategies to make nonprofit organizations more resilient in the long run by building up their income side in various ways, diversifying, trying to find ways to make their income less sensitive to disruptions, and even bringing in the notion of organizational growth. But we'd like to hear, you know, from your perspective, how that's worked. So let's just start by each of you just giving a really brief description of your organizations. I mean, I can't give them justice, but people should know, you know, what you do and how you've done it and so forth, just in maybe a couple of minutes apiece. Perry, you want to start with that, or?
Sure. Well, Our Lady of the Wayside is a nonprofit, non-denominational organization. We provide residential and community-based services to children and adults who happen to have a developmental disability. We've been around for, I think this is our 54th year of existence. We have our home base out in Avon, but we provide a variety of services. We're in 4 counties now. We have 90 homes, transportation program, in which we get individuals to and from work and make sure that they are able to frequent their community on a regular basis. We have more than 115 vehicles in our fleet at this particular time. We serve about approximately 650 individuals. We have a staff of about 590 individuals that work for the agency and provide those supports and services. And our main focus is our residential program. We have day program services, but in our residential homes, that's what we're mostly known for, making sure that we are providing the services that individuals need. Most of our homes have 4 individuals, and we provide staff that supports them. You want to add anything to that?
Well, that's a great, we'll get into more of it, but that's a great thumbnail view. And Noha, tell us a little bit more about Apollo's Fire.
Sure. I always like to say the full title of Apollo's Fire Baroque Orchestra, because I think I was at our accounting firm's Christmas party one time, and I said, "Oh, I'm with Apollo's Fire," and they thought we were a pizza oven. So I just want to make sure that they know it's a Baroque orchestra. It's a period instrument orchestra, as Dennis mentioned, and that what that means is we play on period instruments like violins and cellos and so forth, but they have gut strings versus the metal strings that the modern violins have. So they produce a very different sound, which was the sound that was used for the music that was written for the 17th and 18th century. And that might sound very archaic or old, but it really isn't. It's Bach and Vivaldi, like Vivaldi's Four Seasons, which everyone knows. There's just like really beautiful music, and it's very pertinent to today's times and day. So Apollo's Fire is named for the classical god of music, healing, and the sun. And we're celebrating our 30th anniversary this season. We were founded in 1992 by Jeanette Sorrell, who is the artistic director and conductor. And she has been with the organization, is still with the organization, has been with the organization since inception, and is extremely talented and artistic. Apollo's Fire is dedicated to the Baroque ideal that music should evoke emotion and passion. And that's what we try to do. We don't just sit and play. Our musicians are very carefully selected. First, they have to be very good at, or they have to be specialized in playing period instruments. But secondly, Jeanette also selects them for their dramatic and artistic expression. So when you see our program, it's not just music, it's a mix of visual and music. It's really special in that regard. We tour nationally and internationally. In North America, we've been to sold out concerts at Carnegie Hall, Tanglewood Festival in Massachusetts, Ravinia Festival that's in outside of Chicago area. We regularly perform at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, Boston Early Music Festival, Aspen, venues in Los Angeles and San Francisco. And as Dennis said, there isn't a great venue or stage where we have not performed. So we've been very, very fortunate. And we make our return performance at Carnegie Hall this March. So that's just very, very exciting, especially after a pandemic year. We've also in Europe, we've toured at the BBC Proms in London, in Madrid, France, Austria, and the most recent international tour was Ireland before the pandemic hit. We've released 26 commercial CDs, no, actually 27, because we just released a new recording of the Four Seasons by with the soloist Francisco Folana, who is exceptional. And that concert was just maybe a couple of weeks ago. It was really, really fantastic. So get on our website and buy it. And it's already hitting like the top in top of the charts. And we also won a Grammy in 2019 for an album called Songs of Orpheus. And we recorded that with Karim Suleiman, who is a tenor that performs with Apollo's Fire. So very exciting organization. And if you have not seen them, call me and I'll get you some tickets just so you can try it. And then you could decide for yourself.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I think you'll be hooked. And I saw that.
Absolutely.
It was really, really terrific. And, there are probably lots of things we could talk about with respect to Apollo's Fire, both organizations, but it's a very dynamic organization. It's not one that's just sort of stuck in their own little concert hall, but they play everywhere. And it's not one that necessarily is confined to, a particular group of players. It has a core, right? But it also links to all the wonderful people that play Baroque music around the world for different concerts. So it's really very dynamic. And Wicked is just, for those of you that took the module on costs, on the cost side of resilience, we could have just as well used that for illustrating that particular aspect of resilience as well. I guess I'd like to start with the first question. We can be fairly general about this, but we've been talking this morning about diversification of income streams as a way of building organizational resilience. And so perhaps each of you could talk about what your different income streams are, how that might have helped in the pandemic, whether you did anything during the pandemic to move toward a more diversified strategy, or how do you see this whole issue of diversification of income streams as related to your ability to manage through a crisis of this magnitude that we've gone through. And Noah, you want to start with that, and then we'll just
Sure.
whoever wants to jump in.
Sure.
So we divide our revenue into two parts: the earned revenue and the contributed revenue, as I imagine many nonprofits do. The earned revenue, we get most of our money from ticket sales and touring. And the earned revenue, or the contributed revenue, is from individuals, including our board members, corporations to a certain extent, and then grants, foundations, and government grants, some government grants that are geared towards the arts specifically. And during the pandemic, obviously our earned income really took a hit. All touring was canceled. Performances like attending in person was very limited because of social distancing requirements. We actually continued to perform throughout the season. We did cancel actually two big concerts, the holiday concert, which is always a huge ticket sales concert for us. But we continue to perform in person with social distancing, which greatly reduced our capacity in our ticket sales. But what we did that was really smart to offset that was we offered our subscription series at the beginning of the season with an option to attend in person or virtually. So that if you're not comfortable coming to a concert, and even with the social distancing and the masking and so forth, you can stream the concert and listen to it at home. And that really did two things. One, it earned us revenue. It replaced that revenue that we would have lost. And secondly, and even more importantly, is it kept our audience and our patrons close to us. So it wasn't a case of out of sight, out of mind. People, the pandemic lasted over a year, this being sequestered, and people can develop new habits in a year. And one of the habits could be like, well, geez, I don't really need to go to a concert. I don't really, my life has gone on just fine without listening to Apollo's Fire. So we didn't want them to develop that habit. And so we offered the live streaming as well, or the streaming actually of the concerts. And so that was really, really great. And not only was it good for our current audience, but it really helped us to expand to our national audience and our international audience. These people who really love Apollo's Fire could only see them if we toured to their hometown. And touring is expensive, and presenting concerts live is expensive, on their end. So that would only happen every so often. And all of a sudden, we have now a virtual series, and it's become a worldwide series. And so that was a really nice kind of side benefit of this bad situation. And then we offered, things like easy exchange. People that, let's say you plan to attend in person, all of a sudden you were uncomfortable, then you could just switch your ticket to virtual. We can refund your money back, credit you towards next year, or you could donate your ticket. Many people chose to donate their tickets because they cared about the organization. So all in all, for a very bad situation, it turned out okay. You know, our earned income really took a hit, but you know, I think we kept our audience engaged, and that was really positive. Now, on the contributed revenue side, I think that what was really helpful to us, well, several things. The government stepped in big for the arts, for really a lot of everyone, you know, with the PPP loans, and then specifically for the arts with some grants for shuttered venue, like if you were not able to perform and you lost a lot of revenue from ticket sales. So that certainly helped. But also another positive was the fact that the stock market was pretty darn good during this pandemic year.
Right.
So that really helped the portfolios of our donors. You know, I did talk to a lot of nonprofits that said that really fundraising was pretty good this year, because people, you know, people, if they were engaged with your organization in the first place, they were, you know, they were bought into your mission. They liked what you do. And so, you know, when they realize that, you know, you're not performing like usual, you're losing revenue, all of that, they really stepped in and helped you. And so that was very important. Individuals, our board members were super engaged because they care about the organization deeply. And so that was very positive as well. And then foundations, where we get maybe about, we used to get 7%, really, no, 13% actually. Wait, what is my percentage for? No, actually foundations, I'm sorry about that. It's 13%. It's government that was 7%. The foundations actually stayed steady, even though we weren't performing to the full, you know, full effect of what we usually do. But they stay steady in their funding for us, because again, they realize how important the arts are for the community and for the economy. You know, arts have always been, you know, an economic engine that contributes to the well-being of the economy. So we were very fortunate in those things. But of course, you know, this happens only because, you know, you've always been communicating with your audience, you're communicating with your funders, you're, you know, you're continuing to have them bought into your mission. You know, you just demonstrated, you know, competency and transparency also. And I think that they really appreciated that, and they stood by us. And so that was very, very positive. I think that's it, really.
For us, we took a little bit of a different path. First of all, to diversify has been the heart and soul of our organization since I arrived. We always have felt that in order for us to be successful, we had to have diversity, both in our funding streams and the services that we provided to individuals. In our system, individuals pick and choose who their service provider is going to be for everything from transportation, day program services, residential services. I mean, they have to pick us, or they pick a different provider. So we had to change philosophically, we had to change our mindset a while ago. We had to get into the business of serving customers and not viewing our individuals as someone we're taking care of. We're actually providing services and supports to them, and they decide whether those services and supports are good enough or meet their needs. And if they don't, they can remove us immediately. So all the funding in our system is attached to the individuals that we serve. It's no longer attached to our agencies or a bed that we offer or anything like that. So we have created what we think is more of a hybrid. We love the nonprofit status, but we talk very specifically and heavily about the importance of operating our agency as a business. And what I mean by that is that diversification is extremely important to us. So we don't provide just one service or one thing. We provide multiple things and multiple opportunities for the individuals. All of those opportunities or services have funding attached to them. So we're not a one-dimensional agency. We actually have an umbrella of services that we offer. We have more than 10 funding streams that we operate from. So for us, the pandemic in of itself did, while it created a lot of problems for our consumers and the opportunities that they had, we had the wherewithal to regroup and develop our own services and our own opportunities underneath our own umbrella, which is pretty unique for a nonprofit of our size. Our annual budget post or pre-COVID, I believe we were $34 million annually. This year, we're going to finish here at approximately about 39 million. So this past year in 2020, we were able to increase our revenue by $5 million in one single year. And that was because we did several things. One, we actually paused two of our three core programs. Our transportation program, we paused for an entire year, and our day program services, which are very significant in terms of revenue. Both of those are high revenue drivers for us. But what we were able to do is go out and chase, as she stated, the dollars that were out there in our community. And one of the main reasons we stay afloat each year is because we have a strong development team. And we focus a lot of energy on grants and other opportunities that are out there in the community. We produce approximately maybe 150 to 200 grant requests every year annually. So with COVID dollars being out there in all shapes, sizes, and forms, we went after those dollars, and we were very fortunate that we were able to draw down a significant amount of revenue. And as a result of that, we strategically decided to more or less pause some of our requests from our donors. We have a heavy donor base. We generate about $3 million annually and revenue from contributions, donors, grants, et cetera. Well, this year, obviously, just as she had mentioned before, we had a significant drop in that revenue, but we had a significant increase in the revenue that we was able to obtain from other sources. So the diversification is one of the key components of what we do here at Our Lady of the Wayside. And as I mentioned, and that paid off for us big time the past 2 years, actually. So we want to make sure that when we need our donors, they are there. The last year and a half, going on 2 years, we have not needed them as much. We did some of the similar things. We stay in touch with them, but we reduced our asks significantly. And because we have a high following or large following, we were able to still receive a lot of donations and contributions, but most of our revenue came from those grant requests and the government funding that was put out there for COVID. So we on the financial side, we had 2 very productive years. On the other side of COVID, it's sad, we certainly had loss of life. We had numerous individuals, staff members. We had over 250 staff members who were exposed to COVID or actually were tested positive for COVID. So we had to deal with that. So all that revenue we generated was necessary because we had to put it right back into the program. We had to increase our pay rates for all of our staff. Our pay rates were increased by approximately 25% across the board. That's a lot. That's for us, that's a hefty amount of money. So we strategically are always thinking about how we're going to survive each and every year. And our ability to adapt to whatever happens out in the community or any external factor that we run into, we've been able to be successful because we have a large veteran group of individuals that lead the agency. I've been here 30 years, and most of my administrators and administration have been here 20 years more. So we understand the dynamics of what we're looking at, and I'll just have Meg just real briefly talk a little bit about some of those opportunities that we went after that we didn't have in prior years.
Hi, everybody. I've only been around for 11 years, so it started here when I was, 16. No, some of the opportunities really changed for us because while we do have some government funding, state funding, county funding for, the waivers that our individuals have that pay for their services, it is not typical for us to have government grants or state grants, and so there was sort of funding coming in all different ways that we just had never been exposed to before, and quite honestly, in ways that the funders had never been responsible for. So some of the stimulus funding came every which way but loose. It came through county boards of developmental disabilities. It came through community foundations. So, we have a couple of homes in Summit County. We have, some contacts at the Akron Community Foundation, but they aren't a typical donor. But, in 2020, they were a first-time major donor, because they had stimulus money to put out into the community and had a formula for that. It was unusual in the way that some of the funders reached out to us. And quite honestly, we had conversations occasionally, Terry and our CFO and I, where we'd say, do we think this is a real thing? It just, we've never seen anything like this before. And it was fast-tracked, and it was, what do you mean that we don't have to provide a narrative, we just have to provide numbers, or we don't have to provide numbers, we just have to provide a narrative? And what does it mean when they say, we don't know how much you're going to get, we'll let you know when you get it? And we're like, okay, that sounds great. Or how much money, why don't you go ahead and tell us how much overtime you paid to your staff in Lake County for the last year and a half, because we'd like to make you whole again. And we're a big organization. When we come back and say, well, here's 109, invoices and documents that say that with training and overtime, we invested $547,000 into Lake County. And they say, oh, well, that's a lot. We don't know what we'll give you back. And we're like, okay, well, you'll do what you do, because it's a little bit of the Wild West in some aspects. There were also I personally think it also speared some really really great looks. The funders really, the Cleveland Foundation took a real hard look at, okay, how do we get people money in a crisis situation? How do we fast track this, but make sure that it's accountable, as it absolutely should be, and that we understand how the money's being used. And it's been a real, I think it's been for sure a opportunity for growth here at Wayside, but also, with funders, having conversations that they never had before, with fundees. So it's been a really interesting experience.
And I'll just end it with this backtrack to diversity. I think your ability to have things in place and be able to flex with what you're confronted with, just as they did with the other program, you have to move very quickly to find alternatives. And we are always thinking strategically, whether it's good times or bad times. We learn from the bad years or lean years, if you may, and we figure out a way to not get there again. Now, who predicted that there would be a pandemic? And who planned for that? And who put that in their strategic arsenal? If someone stands up and say they did, I venture that they may be a little bit off the truth. The truth of the matter is that we can't plan for everything. So we have to be in a position to make those adjustments when things occur. Pandemics are very unusual. You can't plan for them, but unusual things are not unusual. And what I mean by that is every year we face different challenges of some kind, some sort. And this community that we live in seems to be able to make the adjustment to whatever it is. And so our optimism and our commitment to the consumers has to be one in which we're prepared to provide them the things they need at all times. See, even though we had the pandemic, nothing changed for our consumers. Their lives and expectations were all the same. They were disappointed with some of the changes that we have had to make, but their needs, their daily needs, did not change at all. We had to still find a way to continue to provide those services each and every day. And that's where that diversity comes in. We created our own opportunities for them underneath our own umbrella. And that's the type of agency we have here.
So, you know, this has been great. I made the argument this morning that diversification is an important, resilient strategy, but basically it was a long run proposition that it was hard in the middle of a crisis to all of a sudden diversify. You really had to plan for that and anticipate that. And it sounds like in both cases, you already had that basic diversification structure so that you were in a good position once the crisis hit. However, I think I would, based on what I've just heard, I would amend that a little bit because both agencies, have been fast on their feet in terms of reacting to the changing opportunity structure that the crisis provided. So within their sort of basic parameters of, here's basically where I get my money, you made a lot of adaptations to make that more effective in the crisis situation. And it seems like there was some, real basic diversification going on as well, especially with respect to enhancing the government streams of income that were all of a sudden became available. So, yeah, I think the real world is a bit more nuanced and complicated than anybody can sort of say by simple rules,
Yes.
But I think I'd like to hear what you have to say about it, that, basically you do need to think about this diversification structure well in advance, and it has to be part of your strategy, as Terry was saying, so that when it does come about, you're basically in position, to absorb those shocks and to make whatever adaptations you need to make. Is that the way you see it too, Noah?
No, absolutely. And I think it's the kind of thing that like Terry was saying, no one planned on this pandemic, but there's always something that comes up, and you have to have the culture that you are willing to look at things outside the box, to have a can-do attitude. A lot of nonprofits run with very small organizational structures. And, these have to be good people that are empowered, that know the organization well, and will strive to do what is needed to make you survive and to be better in these situations, to problem solve. There's nothing like, that's given to you that's just way too easy. You just have to be able to be creative and improvise. And I know it's the same thing about these government grants that were, the COVID, CARES Act relief funds. It was like, oh my God, is this real, real money?
Remember.
Yeah.
It was crazy,
Right.
But yet at the same time, I feel like maybe this is like just a little good fortune, in a bad situation. You talked about the suffering that a lot of, because you have a large staff, people getting COVID and people dying and so forth. And I'm sure we've all come across that. But, in the arts, a lot of these musicians, they didn't get to perform for a whole year. That's tough. That's their livelihood. And I think that, probably some statistics will come out later that some of these people actually dropped out of the performance world because they said, hey, this isn't very secure income, I didn't earn any money for a whole year. Now, obviously they earned some. And one of the things that we did for that is we use some of the money that we did receive to pay our musicians, for the concerts that we had, contracted with them to perform. We really didn't have an obligation, a contractual obligation to do that. But we chose to make partial payments to them because we wanted them to survive. We cared about their situation. It's about caring. They're your employees. They're your lifeblood. Without them, you don't have a concert. And in turn, they really appreciated that and knew that we really cared about them. And so I think that was very, very important because, as you guys were saying too, yes, we're a nonprofit, but you have to treat everyone as a customer from the standpoint of don't take them for granted. You have to please your musicians because they could choose to perform elsewhere and not with you. You have to treat your board that way because they have resources that they either can apply towards your organization or elsewhere if they're not treated well as a customer. You really have to take care of them and your donors and your funders. So you're really operating as a corporation, a for-profit corporation in a non-profit world. But yeah, they were challenging times, but there were positive things that came out of it. And I think that these positives came out because I think, Dennis, you and I were speaking before, that resilience was before the situation occurred. We're a resilient organization and we were able to use that resilience and creativity in a crisis situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Before going on to the second question, I'd like to open this up for any of our participants to ask questions, give your observations. This is all for you, not just for me. So, is there anyone out there that would like to ask a question or make an observation? I'm not sure who's actually there because we have different visuals here. Okay, well, let me go on to the second question then. And you alluded to this a bit, I think, Noah, that certain forms of income maybe hold up a little bit better. I mean, we can't generalize from the pandemic because there are all kinds of crises, but I think both of you kind of alluded to that certain forms of income and even the way that they are designed gives you a little bit more breathing room. So, for example, for our Apollo's Fire, you did have subscribers and members, I guess. And so even though you weren't offering concerts, they would stick by you for a while and give you that sort of breathing room. This morning, we talked about that a little bit and how nonprofits have started to get, fairly creative about, things like sustainers and members and subscribers rather than just sort of, selling their services piece by piece or just asking for donations one at a time. What's your observation on that? Are there better ways to kind of, design your broad categories of things like earned income and contributions so that they are a little bit more resilient than they might otherwise be? That was my wife that just came in and gave me a cup of coffee. So,
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, on our side, I think it's the same thing still to me. For instance, when we were talking earlier about do people know who you are, what you do, what your needs are? We decided years ago that we had to have some established funding that we can count on year after year. And so we created a car donation program, for instance, and we put a lot of effort and energy into it, so much so that's what people began to think we were. We were more a car donation program and sold cars than we where a residential program and took care of, at that time, it had gotten up to about 1,000 individuals. So yes, you have to come up with different funding streams, and at the same time, have enough creativity to constantly keep that in front of you. What we have right now may not be around tomorrow. So we have to always be thinking ahead of how are we gonna sustain, this, what we have is a ship now, and it's a slow moving vehicle, but we have to keep it afloat. So we are always thinking about that diversity thing, not only diversity in services, but diversity in funding of all kinds, making sure that we are creative as we possibly can be. And so we're always looking for opportunities. And I don't want to celebrate the pandemic by any means, but I'm sure going to tell you that as it raised its ugly head and continued, my attention turned from grieving and feeling sorry to, okay, this might be an opportunity for us to put some things in place and generate some revenue and do a lot of things that we haven't done in the past. And that's exactly what we did. We brought all our staff together. We shut down 2 programs, but we asked all of our staff to contribute in a different way now. All of us have to use all the talents that we have. So it was everybody on board. And that's why our development people are still here. We didn't lay off anyone. In fact, we can use 120 employees right now. So if anybody out there knows of anyone looking for a job, we're hiring. But we did ask our staff to commit to flexibility. We need you to be more flexible. And like Meg was saying, our CFO isn't a grant writer, but she became one, working directly with Meg. Meg wasn't a program person, but she became a program person. She delivering disinfectant and all kinds of things to our various homes. So everybody started contributing in a different way. And I think it helped us not only with our financial piece, but certainly our expenses, but it also helped us with our morale and kept everybody together. And we were all able to focus on what the priorities were. And that was to make sure that the consumers had what they needed. And we didn't have to make a lot of sacrifices. But we did some things a little bit different from some other organizations. We didn't work from home. We felt it was important that our consumers and staff saw us, those of us that are part of the administration. Yeah, so we kept visible. We all committed to, when we needed to quarantine and had to be at home, we did that. But as soon as that period ended, we returned to our workplace. And most of us do interact with our consumers on a daily basis. So we don't have an organization. We do have an office. I'm in it right now. But most of us spend our time out there in the field with the consumers or our staff, assisting them. So strategically, the plan that we have put in place paid off big when, again, this particular crisis popped up. We didn't have to make a whole lot of adjustments, but we did have to pay a lot of attention to the resources that we had and utilize them in a way that we've never had to do so before.
But just a quick, I just want to distinguish something, a tiny nuance here. Terry said we didn't change a lot of our things because the people that we take care of, their needs didn't change. But we really changed how we worked at it, because different skill sets became necessary. And so, Terry Davis is working 3rd shifts at different homes. We had our same staff because we didn't lay anyone off, but Terry created COVID teams of people who would move into a home and live there 24/7 with the individuals that were taken care of until whoever, the people in the home weren't sick anymore. And they'd be there for 2 weeks, these staff. We created the Wayside B&B, which was a home that we had sort of, put on ice. It needed some love and some fixing up, and we hadn't gotten around to it yet. Well, our maintenance department went bananas and fixed it up. And then that way, you know, if an individual was well, but everyone else in the house was sick, the person could go to that house and we would put staff over there and staff over there. It was a little bit of a three-ring circus, making sure that all the bases were covered. So we worked in different ways, just like, you know, when Noha was saying they were streaming concerts, I'm sure the first time they did that, you know, you had to be like, okay, who's got an iPhone that works around here, or who knows how to run this equipment and make sure that the people can, you know, see the concert. I mean, you're doing the same thing and meeting all the same needs, but in a much different
way.
more creative way than you've ever had to.
And morale is important, especially when you have, you know, I mentioned the board. We have a board. In fact, we have 3 boards. There's a lot of people connected to the agency, keeping your donors happy. Well, a lot of our donors are family members, so they're very concerned and they want to know what's going on all the time. So our communication, the way we communicated with not only our internal staff and internally, we had to change the way we communicated externally as well. And most of that meant we had to do more of it. And so following up on what Meg just said, I mean, it's this, when you ask that question, the first thing came to my mind is, again, how do we sustain ourselves not only through this particular incident or issue or pandemic, but how do we set ourselves up for the future as well? We have to come out of here knowing more than we did when we went in. And we have to be a better organization for what we just went through, not one that has been set back. And that's the goal and objective that we have right now today.
Yeah, and I think you're reinforcing the kind of general philosophy on which we set up this whole resilience management module education program. It's not just about the finances. It's about all of these ways in which you have to adapt, be entrepreneurial, be creative, manage your work staff in a whole different way, and so forth. And so it's actually kind of interesting because, you know, what we've done is chopped up this program, and now, you know, today we're just talking about the income side of finances, and you can't just do that. You have to connect it to everything else. No, I wanted to ask you, I mean, it's just sort of starting with my original question about whether the pandemic sort of led you to think about cultivating certain forms in which you take in either contributed or earned income so as to make them more resilient. You know, in the arts, it's sort of obvious. You prefer subscriptions to single tickets. You like to get members. You like to get kind of long-term categories of contributors. But I just wonder, you know, how you saw that specifically, and then all of the other things that Terry and Meg have gotten into with respect to, you know, how to really be flexible and adaptive in a situation like this.
Yeah, you know, it's so interesting. Surprisingly, even with the limited ability to attend in person, and even as this season started, you know, there's still uncertainty, you know, the third wave, the deltas, all that stuff. There's still a lot of uncertainty. Our subscriptions have been up more than ever, which is so surprising. I mean, not surprising and not surprising. Surprising because, you know, given the circumstances, but not a surprise in terms of how we always cultivate our audience and our patrons. We put them first. We are there to serve them, even though it's not as, you know, a life and death situation as what Our Lady of the Wayside does, but, you know, it contributes to, you know, happiness, to you know, well-being, to hear music and to be out. It's you know, it's the good things in life. But so our subscriptions have been really high, and that's been so rewarding and happy for us to see. It's kind of a you know, a reflection of the hard work that we've done all along. And again, you know, you don't manage just during that time. You learn from every little crisis that comes along, you know, the mini crisis that you go through, you learn from them, and you hopefully emerge as a better organization. But also what we've done is, during this past year, it wasn't just the pandemic. There was also a lot of social unrest and a lot of bad things that were happening in the world out there. And so there's been a lot of focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And a lot of foundations are saying, what are you doing about this? And, we've always been, an organization that welcomes everyone. Music is the great connector of people. It's the world language that everyone can relate to. I mean, our music doesn't even have words, but we all understand it and we all share it. Even if it has words that we don't understand, we still love it, And so music is such a great way of bridging this kind of unrest and bringing people together. And so, we, with more time, we were able to focus on developing programs where, developing young artistic fellows, diversifying our musicians and our audience to include different people, different programs. And our patrons really love that, love the fact that we are taking the initiative to develop those connections. And that has been translated into a great source of funding, because people want to fund things that they care about. So if there's somebody who's really interested in education, and now we are beefing up our education program into the schools, into the CMSD schools, where, and it's not just in the CMSD schools, but it's everywhere where the arts education has been cut. We're focusing more on providing a little more education in these schools, sending our musicians in to work with young students and teaching them about the instruments and the classical music. So our patrons and our funders and our donors have really liked to see that, and they have been very supportive of it. With funding, because that costs additional money. That's something that you do that you don't get any money for. You don't sell a ticket for. So you're beefing up your expenses and there's no revenue coming in. But our patrons have really been very, very supportive. But also, like, speaking about, everyone is doing, Terry working 3 shifts and Meg doing grant applications, which maybe she didn't do before. I think that's the case with nonprofits. Like, you do what you have to do to make it happen. And I remember there was one concert where it was in, I think it was in December or something. And we just got dumped on major snow, and they pushed all the snow into huge piles, cut the parking available at the venue where we were playing by 30%. It was a sold out concert. And my husband and I were shuttling people back and forth across the street to other parking, because we didn't want people to cross that dark street. There were no lights at this venue, no street lights. And we were worried about our older patrons crossing the street, slipping on the snow, falling. So we were shuttling people back and forth in our cars. My husband put on an orange jacket and was guiding people where to park. And you just, like, step in and do what you have to do to make it work and to take care of your customers, your audience, the people that you're there to serve. So I think that's really, really important. And our staff knows this. It's interesting, during the pandemic, I used to be the director for the entire organization, not just the CFO, but, development and general management and finance, everything. And I finally kind of retired because we finally found someone as a replacement, and he started the day before we shut down. So it was really interesting. You would think that would be bad, but it actually was, I think it was actually good, because he had a year of kind of getting his arms around everything and his brains around everything without the madness of producing these concerts and the hectic pace of putting on a subscription series. So you know, again, looking at the positive and taking advantage of a bad situation and you know, making something good of it. But we we're also in the market looking for a marketing manager, and it was very hard to hire somebody during a pandemic, someone that, you know, how are you going to hire them? They don't want to come in to work. They, you know, how do you interview them and so forth. But so one of our the people that we have employed for us was doing press releases. You know, she wasn't really that experienced in it, but we worked together, you know, with guidance, and we just made it work. And so I think that that was really helpful. And I think that the important thing is, like, for us was to always like find new initiatives, things that make the music more relevant, bring the music to more people. And, you know, we were feeling that the education is a great avenue for us. You know, we're training young musicians to be leaders in the art world in the future, so that, you know, there is succession. And that's been very rewarding. And for us and for these young people and these new people, it's just been it's been a tough year, but it's been, I think, very positive. But you have to make it that way, you know.
Right.
We don't have a lot of time left. I'd like to maybe do two things. If there's someone in the group that wants to ask questions of you or has a comment what you've heard so far, we can go there. But I also want to see what you thought about the last question that I put out to you, and I'll frame it this way, because we talked this morning about you know, kind of, if you're a really small nonprofit and you don't have many fixed costs, you know, you're probably pretty resilient. And if you're really large, you're probably pretty resilient because you got all kinds of ways that you can squeeze some slack out of the organization and get through. But if you're in the vast middle, which most nonprofits are, you get squeezed by losses of revenue and having to maintain a lot of costs. So I guess the question that I would pose to you maybe this way: would you have found it easier in this pandemic if you had been larger or possibly smaller? I don't know if that's a way that you can think about that, but you know, what does size have to do with resilience, if anything, in your experience? Anybody want to take a shot at that? Or
Is that for us, or are you asking?
Yeah, I mean, if you have any observations on it, I mean,
Well, sure. I think size, you know, economy of scale is something that we, you know, when I came to Wayside, we're a very tiny organization with a small staff and huge deficit, and solely dependent on donors. And you know, the first thing that came to my mind was, we can't live this way. It's too unpredictable. You know, donors come and go, and the individuals we serve, again, what pushes me in the direction of diversity all the time is, no matter what happens, their needs do not change. So I have never felt that we had the flexibility to not be able to meet their needs. So we had to put a lot of emphasis on growth. And I strongly believe that size mattered, you know, for us, income streams, et cetera, as we have talked or discussed. But what I will say is that what the impact that I'm concerned about the most with our size and all that we have to do is, we have limited control over the external factors that happen. Yeah. I just completed our 2022 budget. It's November 12th. Me, the CFO and I and the rest, a couple other members of the team, we're done. So how did we put a budget together with so much unpredictability? And so we're going to stay flat. We're not going to look for significant growth, but we're certainly not expecting to get any smaller, because again, the needs of our business is about needs, and they're much higher than they were last year. So we could expand our business because there's opportunity out there because people are looking for providers, and we have a wait list that is 200, 300, 400 people long. But we can't jump out there and get into that because of a lot of the other things that we can't predict and we have no control over. So I for the last 2 or 3 years, we have gone into each year thinking that let's get back to basics, provide the best services that we know how, go back to our niche, our ability to do certain things. We do a lot of things well. Let's just focus on those things and not try and take on a lot more. So I guess my response to your question is, until this pandemic change, we're gonna pretty much stay where we are. Our revenue is gonna be kind of flat, and our expenses are gonna be kind of flat, and we're gonna work on reducing, perhaps some of our debt a little bit more than we have in past. And that's all because of the unpredictability of what's out there. And what we've learned from the pandemic, and the reason I think we have a good steady hand on what we should do within our organization, is because the pandemic has taught us that, if you are able to react to what you see in front of you, you can find that success in many different ways. And we're half full, glass half full organization. We just cannot afford to look backwards and look at whether it's the pandemic or anything else in a negative way. And the reason I say that, again, I don't want to be redundant, but the needs of our consumers don't change. So we just don't have that flexibility. We have to be able to stay out in front of them and make sure, in order for us to provide the services that they need. And I just feel like we don't have a choice. You got to eat, you got to sleep, you have to do all the basic things of life, and it's all about that quality of life. And so I don't know how unique that make us from all the other nonprofits, but we just don't feel like we have a choice to do anything different. We got to be in a position to meet the needs of the people we serve.
Thanks. Noah, how do you feel about it? Does that question make sense to you in terms of?
Yeah, I think that we are the right size. I think if you were a very, very young organization, like just an arts organization, like just starting out 2 or 3 years in, you still have a lot of growing pains, and you don't have experience. This is our 30th anniversary. We have a lot of experience that we can fall back on. We have staff experience, employee experience. We have an artistic director who has been with the organization from the start. And that's really important, because there's always continuity. She has seen circumstances not exactly the same as we're faced now, but similar challenges over the years. And she has the experience to overcome them. I forgot to mention, one of the things that we did also is we downsized our programs. Jeanette is artistic enough that she can, instead of, an orchestra that has 40 people in it, she can do a program that's really captivating using only 10 musicians. And so when it comes to size, I think that experience, being where we are is I think the right size. We're flexible enough that we can do that, and experienced enough that we can do it. The other thing is, having a strong balance sheet for who you are. Sure. We a few years ago, we started out and had no reserve whatsoever, and we still don't have an endowment. We've been growing. I think it's really important to grow strategically and carefully. Don't overcommit in services or what you're going to deliver and run into trouble because you don't have the money to pay for it. One of our goals was to have a cash reserve, which they recommend about a 3-month cash reserve for a nonprofit like ours. It's important to strengthen your balance sheet. Your balance sheet and your financials are not what you do, but they are a reflection of what you have been doing. Yeah. If they're a picture of what you are and what you've done. If people see your revenues are this and your expenses are, much higher, that just tells the picture of how you've been managing. If they see, no reserves, no money in the bank, that kind of tells how you've been managing. So I think that the balance sheet, should be strengthened in terms of, don't take too much, not having too much debt, having a cash reserve, hopefully in our case, having an endowment, for the future as we grow. And so in terms of size, I don't know, I think our size was a pretty good size for what we are. We were experienced and big enough for what we do, but not too big that we were handcuffed. We don't have unionized musicians, so we didn't have to pay salaries. So that was really positive. We chose to pay some cancellation fees for the concerts to help our musicians, but we weren't handcuffed that found ourselves in trouble.
Right.
So I think
Yeah.
that answers
Yeah.
that. But I think financial security is just a reflection again, but it's so important. People say that, money can't buy you happiness, but it certainly helps in these situations. If you have money,
it can reduce anxiety for sure.
exactly. I mean, it's like you're dealing with all these operational things that are issues. And then if you add on top of it that you don't have money, that's pretty tough. So like, don't get yourself in that situation, manage your expenses,
Right.
work on your revenue.
Well, we've pretty much, I know you guys are busy and I don't want to take too much of your time. This has really been terrific. I want to give an opportunity for anybody out there to want to ask further questions of these really important leaders in our community and great nonprofit organizations. So I found it very rewarding just to listen to the way you've dealt with this whole situation. Stuart, you got anything? I don't know who else is.
Well, not really, just that I always appreciate these conversations because there's very few places you can go to talk like this. And, I find I'm shaking my head. Yes, I agree. I understand all the details and I just wish we could do more.
Yeah.
More conversation.
Well, I want to thank you all. And if there's, any final comments you'd like to make, that'd be great. Or we'll look forward to continuing conversations on our own. I mean, I consider you all great colleagues and friends, so I want to stay in touch myself. And this has been terrific. We are recording this for posterity, and we hope that these modules, can be used to educate folks out there and draw on your practical wisdom in terms of doing that. So thanks an awful lot. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Dennis. And it's been really a privilege to listen to Terry and Meg about this. There are a lot of great things that take place in Cleveland that we don't know about. And it's nice to learn about these organizations that are, helping our population and making this a better place to live for everyone. So I'm always amazed and so happy to know these things about our community.
Well, we're always humbled by our opportunity to share some of the information about our agency and organization. And we certainly say kudos to you. It sounds like you've done a fantastic job over there. But I'd just like to close with us. Although both of our agencies have managed to survive this thing, we can't forget about a lot of the nonprofits that have shut down and closed, and the individuals that were dependent on them and the services that they offered and provided. And the smaller or larger organizations that are still struggling through this.
Yeah.
There's a lot out there that still is yet to be done or completed. And I just hope everyone keeps in mind that the nonprofit the whole concept is about providing assistance. to the for-profit world. At least in theory, that's what it's supposed to be about. That's why we have a 501c3, and we're supposed to be using that. Our own government see it as a way to support all the great things and organizations that are out there. So I'd just like to say hats off to anyone out there or any of the smaller nonprofits who have struggled through this, and certainly those who have had to close their doors primarily because of this pandemic. It has been devastating to a lot of organizations, and I hope that you feel like we do over here. We're fortunate. We're very fortunate. We don't want to just keep talking about our experience, but we also want to say that we've been lucky and fortunate to be able to be a part of this great community that we all reside in. Because without the support that we receive, I think we too would be in that same struggle. And we
Damn
think
lucky.
every day.
Yeah, I'm into that, and further to that, I mean, the fact that that you guys have, been leading these exemplary organizations through the crisis. I think hopefully that we'll be able to share some of that knowledge for other organizations that are struggling. So you made an important contribution to that just by sharing that information with us, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks
For
so much,
having us.
Dennis. Thank you,
Thank you.
Stuart. Great to
Stuart.
see you, Noah.
Nice to
Thank
see you
you.
too. Take
Yeah.
care. Bye-bye.
Right.
Bye-bye.
So we'll go back to I'm just going to make some summary remarks. I don't know, do you think we need to take a break, or we just sort of continue, Stuart? I don't know who's there and who needs a break and who doesn't. So. I can't hear you. You need to unmute.
Well, I think if we're on the home stretch, probably good to continue. Gabe says he's good to continue in the chat.
Okay, yeah, so let's do that. So I guess hopefully the internet will hold up, or otherwise I'll have to take my image off, but I'm going to share my screen again. Oops, that's not the way to do it. Here it is. And I guess I was.
So Gabe, what'd you think? Those are two interesting cases. Can't hear you. Can unmute.
My apologies. Yeah, I said I'm familiar with the one, Lady by the Wayside. I wasn't sure the other. I've heard of them. I live pretty close to the one. I'm in Avon Lake, and they're in Avon, so not too far. But yeah, I thought it was good. It's good to hear from just other organizations of, I mean, at least like similar, probably size wise. I mean, maybe not a, was it Apollo's Fire? Maybe a little bit smaller, a little more flexible than we are. But it's good to hear from the other company. They're or not for profit. They're probably similar as we are in size and fixed cost.
So is there anyone else that wants to say anything? Here are the questions that I'd like you guys to think about. What have you learned from today's session overall, and how those lessons will apply to your own organizations? The assignment that I'm going to leave for anyone that wants credit for this module are kind of along these lines. I think I'll just kind of go on to talk about a few takeaways that I see by way of just kind of summarizing the discussion. Points that I've tried to make that hopefully got elaborated and rounded out and reinforced by our discussion with the panelists from Apollo's Fire and Lady of the Wayside. First of all, our resilience strategy is going to have to be robust because we don't really know what's coming next. Terry made a point of that. These are unpredictable, and so you can't key your income resilience strategy or your more broadly, your strategy to what happened the last time or what happened in a particular circumstance. It really has to be robust. It has to be as much as possible designed to deal with all kinds of circumstances which are hard to predict. We've made the point that diversification is a key strategy. It's basically a long-term strategy. It needs to be driven by mission, and the benefits theory helps in doing that. Our panelists also showed that they were pretty fast on their feet in the pandemic, and they found ways of working within their basic categories of income and fund strategy. Maybe it's also a short term strategy. You still do it? Sure.
Dennis, you're going in and out.
Okay. Yeah, I think that may be part of the problem. I don't know if it's the whole problem today. I don't know what the difficulties are.
Well, it's probably weather related.
So hopefully it has. Yeah, it could be. So I made the first point that crises and catastrophic situations are unpredictable, and we have to have a very robust strategy. Diversification of income as a key strategy. It's basically a long-term strategy. Hard to do that in the short run while you're in a crisis. It needs to be driven by mission, and that's why benefits theory is helpful. But I think our panelists also pointed out that there was some diversification going on right in the crisis, and they were fast on their feet in being able to read the changes and opportunities in the environment that allowed you to take advantage of new possibilities. We made the point that certain forms of income can be a little bit more resilient in themselves, on decoupling the income support of an organization from the interruption of its activities that can be associated with a crisis situation, membership, subscriptions, things of that sort. Certainly were helpful in the organizations that we heard about, both on the donor side and on the customer side, in terms of fixed income and the way that was collected. And, sort of the fuzzy area between memberships and subscriptions on the one hand and contributions, where you had customers that were essentially being a little bit more flexible and being generous with their continuing of support for the activities that they were going to benefit from. We talked about the idea of prudent growth, which might mean building an organization and allowing it to have more slack that they could draw on a crisis. We also mentioned the Goldilocks idea that either you got to get big enough or maybe a little smaller in order to be more resilient. Our organizations, I think they framed it in a little bit of a different way. They basically said, well, we were fortunate in finding our sweet spots and being creative enough to stay there while buffeted by the crisis, and even taking advantage of new opportunities. So, the growth idea, I think it's one that you need to, put in the back of your head. But how it applies to any particular organization, I think, is something that has to be, carefully considered. I don't think we want to make any broad prescriptions about, even though nonprofits in the middle seem to be really impacted, particularly by something like the pandemic, that we're not about to make, broad-based prescriptions that every nonprofit has to grow or certain nonprofits have to shrink. It's not that simple. And I think a lot of the discussion that we had in the panel point to the fact that income strategy is just one part of a very broad set of factors that need to be thought about in terms of building resilience on the one hand, and then dealing successfully in a crisis to be resilient when you in trying to navigate that crisis. And it bears on altering your cost structures, altering your services in certain ways, dealing with your workforces in creative ways. And I think that's all very consistent with what we're trying to do here in this general module program, where we've identified 8 or 9 different areas of resilience strategy, and an understanding that they really are all connected. And what we try to do today was to take a look at, specifically how to think about the income lines, but really understanding that that's going to be connected with everything else. So for those of you who want to do the take-home exercise, and I guess, Stuart, you can send them these questions if they haven't been able to just make note of them. But trying to apply some of these lessons to your own organization, looking at how your sources of income were affected by the pandemic. Would you have benefited had your income portfolio been more diversified? Applying the idea of benefits theory to think about what new or expanded sources of income might help build your resilience for the future. What sources of income might in themselves be a little bit more resilient? Could you think about things like memberships or subscriptions, or sustaining kinds of contributions or contributors? And if you want, give some thought to, would you have been better off, or could you be better off in the future if you could grow a little bit, or shrink a little bit? Would that be would that be a way of making you more resilient when the next crisis hits? And then, with all of this, what are you thinking about in terms of recommendations that you might make to your organization to increase its resilience in the future? So that's the assignment. Anybody wants to do it, I'd be happy to receive those exercises and be able to give you credit for for this particular module. Otherwise, I want to thank all of you out there that have kind of stuck with this and signed up for the program. It's been my pleasure, and certainly willing to entertain, if I can get my picture back, entertain any final questions or comments, and otherwise we'll just wrap it up here.
Regarding the assignments, is there a due date on any of them?
No, there really isn't.
Okay.
I think what we'll do is, whenever you submit them, we'll try to deal with them. It's really up to the individual instructor as to how fast, and then we'll pass that information along to Stuart, and he'll, we'll keep track of it. Maybe are we issuing individual kind of acknowledgement letters for the modules, and certainly we want to provide some sort of a certificate when you put enough of these together into what, five module course or something. Yeah.
Yeah, Gabriel, if you need some kind of evidence that you sat and participated, I'm happy to send a letter, or
Yeah, whatever you need, we can do that.
Oh, no, I'm working to get the certificate, so I just want to make sure I can get the assignments, because I did the last one for 4,
Okay.
and I just wasn't sure who to send it to, and then I'll do this one, and then I missed the first 3 of them just because we found out about the program late.
Right.
So I'm going to go back and do the assignments for the first 3 as well for the certificate.
Okay, well, that's fine, or you can apply them to future ones as well. I think we say a combination of any 5 will work, but you may want to go back and look at those early ones anyway, because they were somewhat foundational.
Right.
But that's.
I was under the understanding the first
Yeah.
two were required for their certificate, correct?
Yeah, they were. I think we can probably be flexible about that, since people are coming in the middle, but, I think for your own benefit might be a good idea, and we can deal with it either way. I think our instructors will certainly accommodate that.
Perfect. Yeah, because I signed up for the remaining 5 of them actually.
Oh,
So-
okay. Well, you might get
Yeah.
you might get 2 certificates.
Well, we are at the midpoint, so that's good. That's great. And in
Yeah,
fact,
That's great.
Gabe, just so you know that, so the next one's December 3rd. It's on technology resilience strategy. And I know you are signed up, so
Perfect.
It's hard to predict, but I think that's going to be a great one. I mean, Christina if I had to point to one person that is dealing with this in the nonprofit sector, it would be her. She is absolutely on the forefront and a very good instructor. So that's a good choice. Well, they're all good choices, but that's a good choice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We had a little bit of adversity with our company when the pandemic for a technology standpoint, but I would say it's due to it, we've grown so much just from a technology standpoint and what we can also do now with that technology. We can
Yeah.
reach more people with it now.
Well, it's been a bit of a feature of this particular crisis, more than the recession in 2008 or others. This one has involved so much pivoting between, online activity and in-person activity that technology has just been sort of central to the whole thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's been integral.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else, Stuart, or anybody else want to
unless
chime in?
you don't mind, I'm going to stop recording.
Okay. Thank
And-
you